So it kind of became a tradition to have this massive compilation video at the end of the year. So this is the top 10 of 2025. This year I also started working at my local fish shop Hames, started doing some setups in their gallery. So I've also included a few of those builds in this top 10. Do me a favor, let me know which one was your favorite of this year. But yeah, it's a long one. Sit back, relax, grab a snack, grab a drink. Thanks again for another amazing year. See you in the next one. In this video I'm going to show you guys how I built this natural looking nano aquascape, which is now home to some very rare tetras and loads of other inhabitants as well. Let's get started. So a couple of weeks ago I was in Japan to visit the ADA gallery. Absolutely amazing place with countless display things. They were all really good, but a few of them really stood out to me. And one in particular was a 60 centimeter tank, which I will overlay right now. Now I'm not exactly sure why I like this tank so much. I don't know if it was the brown Aquasoil or if it was the Amazon swords. I do really like Amazon swords. I think in general this tank just had a really natural vibe. So I want to kind of try to replicate this tank a little bit. Not replicate it, but just use it as inspiration for a new setup. So the tank that we're going to be scaping today is this 35 centimeter cube, holds roughly 35 liters or so. I'll put all the inches and gallons on the screen as well. This one is from a brand called Blau. It's not sponsored or anything, I just bought this one from Amazon. I'll make sure to leave some links in the video description as well. And then for the light, I'm using the Chihiros A2 series. It's kind of like the budget range from Chihiros, but still a very powerful light. So a couple of days ago I took down the previous layer from this tank, but I saved the substrate. It's not that old yet, still has a lot of nutrients, has some beneficial bacteria as well. But the tank that we were using as inspiration had a brown Aquasoil. I don't have brown Aquasoil, but I did recently buy some brown sand. Found it in a local shop. It was pretty affordable. It's like €9 for a bag of 5 kilos. And it seems to be a bit of a mix. So sand, some gravel, and some small pebbles as well. So I thought this could be interesting. So I'm thinking to just cover the black Aquasoil with a layer of this stuff. Now, if you are going to cap this, then it's probably a bit too much Aquasoil because like in the middle is quite a thick layer. So I'm just gonna remove a little bit. Maybe 2 of these scoops. And let's smooth it out a little bit. Now, even though the substrate isn't that old yet, I do think it's a good idea to add some extra nutrients because I'm also planning to add some Amazon sword plants in here. And they are heavy root feeders, they want a lot of nutrients in the substrate. So I'm just going to use a few of these Dennerle plants power caps and push them into the substrate. So for a tank of this size, I think 6 is a good number. I'm just going to grab them with my tweezers and push them all the way down. Here we go. So now we can cap the Aquasoil with this new sand mix. Okay, substrate is done. I think that looks pretty good already. Yeah, you can see this is like just a mix of sand, some gravel as well. I'll give you a shot from the side so you can kind of see how thick of a layer it is. So it's not a very thick layer, but should be enough to keep the Aquasoil in place. Okay, moving on to the hardscape. So that aquarium in the ADA gallery had a very simple hardscape, and I actually thought it was just rocks. But then I checked back the footage and you do see a few wood branches as well. So I went through my hardscape collection and I found a pretty nice piece of wood. Placed it in the tank just to see if it would fit. And then actually wrapped it with moss. You see that? Yeah, they do that a lot in the ADA gallery. So I ordered some Java moss and then I wrapped it with ADA moss cotton. So this is a type of thread that will slowly dissolve in the water. So for now you will see it, but hopefully in a month the moss is attached and then the thread will slowly dissolve and disappear. Okay, now we need some rocks as well. And I'm actually thinking for this one to use the jade rocks from Wio. Haven't used these in a while. They're quite nice. They have a bit of a greenish tint to them. Yeah, I think they all look good. So I want this piece of wood to sit a little bit more upright like this. So I'm going to place a rock underneath it. Okay, so we have 2 relatively big rocks to support that piece of wood. I want to use an uneven number of rocks, so let's add 3 smaller ones. I could add another one back here. Okay, Aquascape is done, it's looking good. Next step is to secure this piece of wood to the rocks with some super glue. I kind of don't want to do this because I want to be able to remove the piece of wood whenever necessary, because a piece of wood wrapped with moss like this is going to require some maintenance. You know, at some point the moss is going to grow quite big and you have to trim it. And it's way easier if you can trim it outside of the aquarium. So I'm just going to glue it very lightly to the rocks, and then hopefully once it has been soaked enough, I can actually remove it by just slightly breaking the glue seal. So I think if I just glue it somewhere here and then somewhere behind over here, so 2 connections should be enough to hold it down. So just a little bit of cotton and then just a little bit of liquid super glue. And then I can't show you guys the next one, but it will just go behind over here. Okay, while that glue is doing its thing, we can prepare the plants. Yeah, so I definitely wanted to use some echinodorus in this nano tank. So I ordered 2 relatively small ones. This is the Echinodorus Green Chameleon and the Echinodorus Small Bear. I was thinking of just using one, but I couldn't really make a decision between these 2, so we're going to use them both and then just see how they grow, and then if it's too much we can always remove one later, you know. And then I also wanted to use a lot of grassy plants, so I ordered Halantium tenellum red, Halantium tenellum broadleaf and Sagittaria pusilla. Okay guys, the wood seems relatively secure. It wiggles a little bit, but that's to be expected from just 2 points of gluing. I think we can start planting. So this one pot of Echinodorus Small Bear kind of comes as individual plants. So I think we almost have like 4 individual plants. So I'm just gonna split it in half. So we can plant one in the back like that. Another one a little bit more in the mid-ground like so. I think that looks nice, right? And then same thing with the Green Chameleon. I mean, it is very small right now, but I think this will grow to sort of like the same size as this one right now. So I'm just going to plant it in the background here. And then it will kind of fill up this area at some point, hopefully. I'll dig a hole over here. And then let's try to squeeze it in there. Okay, now in the foreground we can plant the 2 different types of Halantium. So this is the red and this is the broadleaf. We don't really see a difference right now, but this Chihiros light is pretty strong, so we might get some red coloration from this one. I have to say though, I love how this is starting to look already. Very natural. So I do still have way more portions of the Halantium, but I think I'm just going to leave it like this. I think we have enough in there. Okay, then we have the Sagittaria. I have some doubts about this one, because on some websites you read it can grow 30-40 centimeters tall, and then other websites say it only goes to like 10-15 centimeters, you know. But I do have a backup plan in case it doesn't grow very tall, which I will show you in a minute. Here is my backup plan. I've ordered a few bunches of the Vallisneria nana, so the really small, really thin Jangonvel, I guess. And I also ordered this one, the Hydroclase nymphoides, which is kind of like a tiny South American water lily. So the lily can definitely go in the background. And then the Vallisneria nana I'm just going to plant kind of randomly in the back and mid-ground. Okay guys, one more plant. I have the Rotala wallichii or wallichii. So the aquarium in the ADA gallery also had some reddish brownish stems in the background. I think it was a type of Myriophyllum, which I actually already have in a vase. Don't want to have the same 2 plants next to each other, so I thought this could add some nice color as well. Still green at the moment, but it will turn a bit orange pinkish as well. So instead of bunches, I'm just going to plant single stems. Okay, I think that's it. I think planting is done. Let's fill up with water. Okay guys, fast forward 2 days later. Tank is all filled up, the water is nice and clear, everything is looking good. I have to say I'm really happy with the progress so far. This was exactly the look that I'm going for. So I've added a small external cancer filter and I've paired it with a nice set of glass lily pipes, which you can see in the back. Yeah, basically that's it. Now we just have to wait, and hopefully in the next few clips you guys are going to see a beautiful grown in tank without any algae and some nice fish as well. Fingers crossed. Okay, quick little update in between. I think it's been a week and a half. So far things are going really well, especially with the echinodoros. You can see some new reddish leaves coming out already. You can also see a little bit of diatom algae starting to form. I'm sure this will get worse in the next few days, but it's part of the startup phase, so that's completely normal. Also starting to see a little bit of green dust algae on the glass. You might be able to see it. But yeah, all things are going quite well. I'm going to replace one plant, which is this one over here. That's the Rotala vallici. It doesn't seem to be doing anything, doesn't seem to be growing. It just stays in its immersed form. I actually had this happen once before. Yeah, it's just not going to grow. So I'm going to take it out, and I've just ordered a new pot of in vitro Rotala vallici. So basically just going to replace it. And then I'm also going to add the first fish. I have a few Olesinclus, and after I'm done with the water change, I'll start acclimating them and add them. So that's it for the quick in-between update. It has been almost 2 months, guys. I started this tank on the 14th of December and it is now the 6th of February. The tank is going really well and I'm very happy with the end result. So let's start with the inhabitants. So you guys already saw me adding in the Olesinclus. I think we have 4 of them. Then soon after that I added some white Neocaridina shrimp. I have a large group of them in the vase right next to it. They've been breeding like crazy, so I moved a bunch of them over to this tank. And now I also have like 3 or 4 pregnant females in here, so really happy to see that. I didn't want to go for something super colorful, you know, like red cherry shrimp. I wanted this to be a natural looking layout, so not too much color. Then a couple weeks after this tank was set up, I went to a local fish shop. Not really local, but just a fish shop. And I found these rare tetras. So these are called hummingbird tetras. I've seen them once or twice on social media, but never in the store here in the Netherlands. So I was quite excited when I saw them in the shop. So I think we have about 10 of them. Again, not super colorful. They have like a transparent body and then a little bit of red in the tail, a little bit of blue as well, and then like a little orange spot on the stomach, I guess. Now, when I first added them in, they were quite shy for a few days. They kind of just stayed together as a group, very close to the substrate. So I decided to add in some more fish, basically a group of different types of dwarf rasboras. We have chili rasboras, we have the phoenix rasboras and exclamation point rasboras. I think 3 different types. And almost immediately after I added in those rasboras, the hummingbird tetras got a lot more comfortable. So that was nice to see. So we have Olesinclus, we have the shrimp, we have the hummingbird tetras, the rasboras. Then I also added in some snails. You can see one on the glass right here. These are called red racing snails. Actually quite good algae eaters. They really like to eat algae from the glass and from the hardscape. So they've definitely been helping me with maintenance. I was a little bit afraid that they would lay eggs, just like what are they called? Nereid snails. But so far I haven't seen any eggs on the hardscape. You know, with nereid snails, they will lay these white eggs on the hardscape, and those eggs never hatch because I think they need to hatch in salt water or in brackish water. I think brackish, yeah. Yeah, it seems that these red racing snails don't do that, so very happy about that. Then the last addition is a pair of scarlet baris. It's not really a pair, it's just a male and a female. I don't think the male really likes the female because I constantly see him chasing her away, but yeah, it's just another nice addition to this tank. I really love scarlet baris. So that's it in terms of the inhabitants. It seems like quite a lot, but in my opinion, the tank is not too full or overstocked in any way. So let's talk a little bit about the layout itself. I think in the past 2 months, I've done maybe 1 or 2 trimming sessions. Basically, first trimmed the immersed echinodoros leaves because they were not really doing anything. They're not growing, they're not melting. So they were just blocking light for the new leaves, so I removed them. Then I think I trimmed the stems and the foreground plants once. I still haven't trimmed the moss. Yeah, I think that's it. Unfortunately, the Echinodoros green chameleon, so the small one that I planted in the background, hasn't really grown as much as the small bear. The small bear is not really small anymore. I'm actually thinking of trimming this one because especially the portion in the midground is growing quite big and it feels like it's a bit too cramped in there, you know? So let's do that right now. Yeah, I think the Echinodoros in the back looks really good. This one also looks good, but because it's in between these two branches, it kind of feels like, I think congested is the right word. So it doesn't really has a space enough to spread out. That's why it kind of just looks a bit odd. So maybe if you just trim a few leaves. I think that always looks better, to be honest. Yeah, and then the moss I actually haven't trimmed it yet. It doesn't seem to be growing very fast. It stays nice and compact as well, so just makes my life a lot easier. And I've also added a backlight to the aquarium. I think you might have noticed it already. So right now it's off. Now it's on full power. I think it just kind of makes the layout pop a bit more. This one's from Chihiros. You can kind of control it with the app as well. Yeah, it's just a nice little gadget. So you may have already seen this tank in the background of some of my other videos, but today I finally have the full build video for you guys. I want to show you exactly how I started this tank 2.5 months ago, where I got the inspiration from, how I maintained it, and we're also going to install a very fancy light from ADA. Let's get started. So a couple days ago I was looking for some inspiration for a new layout for the UNS60U. And one way I like to find inspiration is from reading books. Over the years I started collecting some books from ADA. This is the first one that I got. I actually got this one as a gift from a friend, which I haven't spoken to in a while. So friend, hope you're doing well. Then 2 years ago I bought this one, the third book from Takashi Amano. This one is in really poor condition, but like some of the pages are stuck together. But still a very good source of inspiration, you know? I've been to Japan last year and since then I've kind of been obsessed with ADA. Now the tank that we're going to be scaping today is actually inspired from this little book right here. This is the aquatic plant style book. So I was kind of browsing through this one and then I stumbled upon this layout right here. So this is also a 60 centimeter tank and I just love how lush it is. Love the rainbow fish as well. So the plan is to make something similar. I'm not going to make a one-on-one copy, but I'm also going to use big pieces of wood, a nice clean sand foreground. Yeah, let's give it a go. So before we get started, just a quick overview of the setup. The tank is a UNS60U, so 60 centimeters from left to right, 36 centimeters front to back, and 36 centimeters tall as well. So I think that holds roughly 70-75 liters, but I'll put all the exact data on the screen. Then for the light, we're using the Twinstar 600S. So this is the most powerful light from Twinstar. It's not the latest version, this is the S3. I think by now they already have S4 or S5, I'm not sure. Then inside the cabinet it is currently a bit of a mess, but here we have the filter. This is the Biomaster 600 Thermo. Currently still up and running. I just have the in and outflow attached to the shallow tank just to keep all those beneficial bacteria alive, you know. Okay, let's not waste any time, let's get to work. First things first, let's build the substrate. So I want to have cosmetic sand in the foreground, Aquasoil in the background. So I'm actually going to try to make a nice barrier or separation. So I've got some thick cardboard. Let's see. Yeah, I think this should work. Got a little bit smaller. Right, so that's the cardboard in. So it's a bit curved, but that's fine. Now we can place the Aquasoil and stuff in the back and then sand in the foreground. And then once everything's done, we can carefully lift up the barrier and everything should stay as it is. I mean, that's how I've seen them do it in the ADA videos. Let's give it a try. So for the nutrients, I'm going to go with my usual Dennerle plants substrate system. So first up, the substrate itself. This is kind of like a nutrient-rich clay mixture. So I'll put this on the bottom. Then I'm going to add some power caps on top of that. These are like long-term nutrients. And then we just cover everything with normal Aquasoil. So this bag of substrate is 2.5 liters or 3 kilos. And for a 60 centimeter aquarium, they advise you to use 2 liters. But that is if you were to use this the normal way, which is use substrate and cap it with sand or gravel. Because I'm also using Aquasoil, I think I'm going to use a little bit less. I'll probably use about half a bag or so. So now the root caps, there's not really a recommended amount for this. So I don't know, should I do 8, 10, something like that? It's the doorbell, maybe that's the plants? It was not the plants, not yet. So root caps are in, yeah, I've used 12, should be more than enough. So I just remember that I still have the ADA substrate additives. Kind of stopped using this, I'm not sure why. But we can add it in as well, just for some more nutrients, some more beneficial bacteria, and just good stuff. Actually, I do remember why I stopped using it, because I don't really want to like overwhelm you guys with all these substrate products, like you need this, you need that. That's not true at all. To be honest with you guys, you can just get perfectly good results just by using Aquasoil and maybe some root taps. It kind of just depends on the brand of Aquasoil. Some soils have more nutrients than others. So you definitely don't need to use all these additives and stuff. It just helps me to get to an end result faster, you know, like I'm making a video and I don't want to take months before I can show you guys a grown-in tank. So this kind of just speeds things up a little bit. Okay, so we are now ready for the final layer, the Aquasoil. I've just placed those boxes in front of the cardboard. Just kind of acts as another support, you know. I'm afraid that if I pour in the Aquasoil, the weight of the soil will kind of push the barrier forward. This way we just make sure that that doesn't happen. I've got a small bag which was already open, so I'm going to use this first, and then we'll see how much more we need. Okay, Aquasoil is done, so now I need to pour in the sand. So I'm hoping that I can safely remove those boxes without the cardboard moving too much. Okay, last one. Please stay. Oh, it's moving. Oh, it's okay. So for the sand, I'm going to use ADA La Plata. I think I'm going to actually put it in a jug so I can carefully sprinkle it on the front. Okay, here we go. I'm adding in a little bit more because I also want to make sure that there's not too much of a high difference between the sand and the soil, otherwise the soil might still roll over the sand. Okay, I think we are done. Now it's not a very thick substrate layer just yet. I'll show you from the side. So it's not a super thick Aquasoil layer. We might still add a little bit more later. I think for now I just want to try to remove the barrier and hope everything will be okay. Yeah, you can see it from the side. So I definitely need more Aquasoil, but I think we can just add a little bit more once we're completely done with the hardscape, you know. Okay guys, the moment of truth. Let's do this slowly and carefully. Ooh, nice one. I would say that's not bad for a first try. Okay, substrate layer is done, so we can now move on to the hardscape. Now, coming back to our inspiration. The hardscape in here is mostly covered by plants, so it's a bit hard to see. But I mean, the wood is some type of iron wood or river wood. And I think the rocks that they've used here is petrified woodstone, which I do not have at the moment. So instead, I'm actually going to use dragonstone. I haven't used dragonstone in a while, and I think it will look nice. Also nice in combination with these plants, so I'm going to give that a try. And then of course I have some nice pieces of wood as well. So I'm thinking something like this. I'm probably going to go for a bit of a V-shaped layout with an open area in the center and then the left and the right side a bit more planted. I have to be a little bit careful with, you know, placing in the hardscape, because we can easily mess up our perfectly made substrate layer. Yeah, a bit of a V-shape like this, I think that could be really cool. And then if we just place some of these dragon stones on top of our, you know, the barrier here. So I don't have a huge selection of dragon stones, but I do have two of these, like, you know, decent sized ones. So I'm thinking to place them sort of in the middle. So this doesn't really work because now we have like a small gap here. I mean, of course I could put a small stone there, but let's keep working. Quite like how this one is sitting against this piece of wood. Thinking to do the same with this one, move it backwards against this piece of wood. So I've just added in 3 smaller pieces of wood, one here, one there, one there, just kind of make it look a little bit more interesting. Now I have some small dragon stones which I'm going to place along the barrier just to make it look a little bit more natural as well. Right now is one straight line, so with a few of these small pieces in there. Yeah, I think that should look good. I might still need to wash them a little bit because all these dragon stones are always full of clay. I washed them this morning, but I don't think I did a very good job. Okay, I think the hardscape is starting to look pretty good. Definitely like the little cave that we have over here. Should try to keep that open. I think the next step is to add a little bit more substrate in the back because it's a little bit flat. And I think if we add a little bit more Aquasoil, then we might be able to increase the sand's depth as well. I'm also not sure yet if I want to leave the sand clean like this or add some like larger gravel or something like that. Well, let's see how it goes. Okay, so I've got a little bit of Aquasoil in the jug. I'm just gonna slowly pour that in. And also by raising the substrate, these stem plants will be a little bit higher, a little bit closer to the light, and they should have an easier time growing as well. So I think that's the hardscape done, guys. I'm quite happy with it. It's a bit different from what I usually make as well, especially because I haven't used dragonstone in a while. I haven't really done a V-shape in a while as well, I think. Trying to look around at other scapes, but no, I haven't really done a V-scape in a while. So it is now 1:15 exactly, and just had a little break, just had some lunch, and while I was having lunch, the doorbell rang and this just arrived. Plans for this layout, so perfect timing. Let's open this up. Actually, I forgot I ordered mostly tissue coats this time. Don't worry, this is not all for this aquarium. I'm doing a couple projects. It's quite a big plant order. Definitely not just for one aquarium. Okay, so coming back to our inspiration. These pieces of wood are completely covered with Riccia. I don't really like how that looks, so I'm not going to do that. I'm actually going to wrap it with moss. So I think I want to use Java moss. Tuxiphyllum barberi. So a couple of weeks ago I made this layer right here. And I also wrapped the moss with wood. I wrapped the wood with moss and I think it just looks really good. I think here I don't want to wrap everything in moss, but just large patches, you know, like we can definitely wrap all those smaller pieces of wood and just like leave a few nice pieces of wood exposed. Now in this layout I do like the Riccia on the lower part, so I did order, let's see, 1 or 2 pots of Riccia flytons. So I'm actually going to wrap a few rocks with the Riccia and then place them kind of randomly in the foreground. Now because we've used quite large pieces of wood, there is some shadow underneath the wood as well. So for that we can use the crypt lucens. I think that will look nice. And then I think in the background just different kinds of stem plants. So I have the Ludwigia palustris green, I have Rotala atra, I've got the new Rotala blood red as well. Then I just need to figure out what's going to go in the V shape. So all the way in the background, can't really put stem plants there because then, you know, it's going to grow too tall. So maybe, let's see, I don't know, maybe Juncus repens, for example. This we can keep nice and short. Or what else? I also have some Blixa japonica, could use that as well. But I'm actually thinking of using this sort of more in the mid ground. mixed in with the crypts. We will just figure out what we're going to plant over there. So I'm going to start by wrapping the wood with moss. This is probably going to take me a long time, like an hour or two. For that stuff I have the ADA moss cotton, so this is green thread that slowly dissolves in the water column. So first you wrap it, and then after about a month it will kind of disintegrate. Hopefully by the time the moss has attached itself to the wood. So I'm gonna start with the small pieces, just take them out, and then you see which parts I want to cover with moss, wrap it, place them back, and then rinse and repeat. All done with the first piece, moving on to number 2. Okay, 1 hour later and I'm all done wrapping. Looking pretty good already. So with these smaller branches, I've basically covered, most of the surface area with moss, and with the 2 bigger pieces, I've left some open space as well. I did make a mistake over here. As you can see, most of the moss is kind of wrapped to the underside. But I'm guessing that the moss will grow towards the light, so eventually this part will be covered as well. Okay, so the next step is to glue everything together, because these pieces of wood have not been pre-soaked, so they will definitely float up. So I have my liquid super glue, I've got my cotton pads as well. So I'm just going to try to glue those big pieces of wood to those bigger dragon stones. Basically glue everything together, and yeah, hopefully that's going to work. I don't really have a lot of contact points because I only have those 2 big dragon stones underneath the wood, but we'll see. If it doesn't work, then I can always just place a rock on top of the structure over here and just leave it there for a few weeks. Okay, let's see if we can glue it over here. Also, because I've wrapped the wood with moss, the wood is now a little bit wet. And when it's wet, this whole super glue method doesn't work as well. Also gonna glue the wood to the wood, because why not? It's just gonna make maintenance easier. No chance of knocking anything over. Okay, I think everything is actually glued quite well. Nothing seems to be moving anymore, I think. This one is a little bit loose, but not like I'm gonna float up loose, Also, should not forget to spray the moss, otherwise it's gonna dry out. In the meantime, I've also done the second wrapping job, which is a bit of a mess, but there's actually a whole method to this. So you have the Riccia plant, then you have Riccia line, and you have Riccia stones. So Riccia is a floating plant, so you need to tie it to something. So I've tied it to these small little pebbles with basically really thin fishing line. And then I'm not very good at making a knot. It has to be really tight, so I'm just glue the end with some super glue. And then I'm just gonna randomly place those Riccia stones kind of here and there in the foreground basically. And then hopefully, if all goes well, we're gonna have a nice foreground just like in this picture. Okay guys, we are ready for my favorite part, adding in the plants. Prepared everything's nicely portioned out. And I also have some plants from the previous layout in this tank, which was the low-tech Dutch style. If you didn't see that video, I'll leave a link on top of the screen. Of course, that tank was full of plants as well. Didn't want to throw anything away, so I'm going to reuse some of those plants as well. And then from all the new plants that are going in here, I saved all the labels to kind of just determine the best position for each plant, So I'm thinking in the background to use the Ludwigia arcuata, which is like a reddish plant. You can keep it nice and short. And maybe behind that some Progestemon decanensis. And like I said, on the edges in the shadow we can use the crypts. And then in the foreground, some Blixa. So over there we have a nice gap. There's a gap over here for some Blixa. And maybe a little bit over here, but just not too much to keep the cave open, I've got some Anubias as well. So that's the plan. Let's get planting. So the battery for my microphone went out, so I hope you guys can hear me. But we're done planting, it's looking really good. Now I'm going to fill the tank up, and then I'll probably see you guys tomorrow. It's now the next day, and this is one of the most exciting things for me. You know, this brand new scape, and from now on, like every day, you're gonna see, just see small changes happening. You know. So yesterday I filled the tank up. I put the filter back on. I've installed the CO2 as well, and of course the light was already on. The light is now on for 8 hours per day, but it's not on full brightness. I think this one has a 7-step dimmer. I think it's on the 6th step. Now, believe it or not, I'm actually thinking of adding 2 more plants. First up, of course, some floating plants. So here I have the Philanthus fluitans, also known as the redwood floaters. I always like to use floating plants in all my new setup, just kind of help absorb some of those excess nutrients, you know. Also, floating plants grow very fast, and fast-growing plants in a new setup, it just kind of helps balance the ecosystem. So these ones from Dennerle plants come in a tissue culture cup with liquid media. We don't want that media in our aquarium, so just gonna take them out, drop them in, and that's it. So these are green right now, but especially under this quite strong light, they should turn red quite quickly. Okay, the second plant that I want to add is this one, the Hygrophila pinnatifida. It's actually one of my favorite plants, and I just realized that I don't have it in any of my tanks here in the studio. I do have it downstairs, but yeah, not here. And I think this plant will look really good on the inside of the V, basically on the wood. The same thing as the floating plants, this one also comes in liquid media. Actually, fun fact about the plants from Dennerle plants, if you have a cup with a normal lid, that's gel media. And if you have a lid with just a plastic seal, that's the liquid media. So here we have the Ricardia cambidifolia. As you can see, it's in a gel, and this one is liquid. And then the Hygrophila always comes as in like one sort of clump. So you want to split that up a little bit. So that's a nice portion. So basically just wedge it in between here. You want more a little bit higher. And I think on this side I can wedge it in between the thread from the moss. So it's now the first day of this new aquarium. So how do we make sure that this one is off to a flying start and we're gonna have as little issues as possible? I always talk about finding the right balance between the light, the CO2 and the nutrients. I mean, we already talked about the light, so it's on for 8 hours, but it's not on full power just yet. This is something you guys can do at home as well. It depends a little bit on the light, but if your light is very powerful, but you have a dimmer, you can start at a lower intensity, and over the course of a couple of weeks, you can slowly build up the intensity. If your light doesn't have a dimmer, you can start with a shorter photo period, let's say 5-6 hours. And then over the course of a couple of weeks, you slowly build up to 8 hours. Then the CO2. So in an aquarium of this size, I like to start the CO2 2 hours before the lights turn on. Lights here turn on at 1 p.m. So the CO2 starts at 11 a.m. And I want to make sure that, you know, at 1 p.m. the drop checker is green or almost green. I want to make sure it's nice and green at least an hour after the lights are on. After the lights are on for an hour, basically. So at 1 p.m. the drop checker was still a little bit bluish, but that's fine. It's now 2 o'clock, and right now it's nice and vibrant green. So CO2 is perfect. We want to make sure that we get this right as soon as possible, because if you start making changes, you know, like a week in or 2 weeks in, then it's easier to get more algae. Then the nutrients, so the fertilizer. So this kind of depends on what kind of fertilizer you're using, what kind of substrate you're using. There's not like a one rule that fits everybody. But in this aquarium, you know, I've put a lot of nutrients in the substrate. And because of that, I'm actually planning on not dosing any liquid fertilizer for, I don't know, maybe the first 2 weeks, the first 3 weeks. I kind of have to see how it goes. Kind of have to see how the plants develop and how they grow. If I feel like the growth is lacking a little bit, I might start a bit earlier, but at least for the first 2 weeks, I will not dose anything. And then the last thing that's of course very important is the water changes. This again kind of depends on what kind of substrate you're using. Some aquasoils are a lot more potent than other ones. So the aquasoil from Dennerle plants does not have crazy amounts of nutrients that you need to do water changes every single day. So I'm thinking for this one, maybe 3 water changes in the first week, and after that I can just do it once a week. Yeah, I think that's it. So it is now the 30th of January. Now I always like to do the complete build video. So I'll probably release the video about this one once this tank has grown in, which I don't know, can be in a month, it can be in 2 months. It kind of just depends on how the plants develop. So yeah, probably in the next few clips you guys will see the end result. For now, this is it. Okay, fast forward 2 months later. The previous clips were from the 30th of January. Today it's the 31st of March, so exactly 2 months later. Guys, this tank is really taking off right now. It's not done yet. This is kind of like a sort of like an update in between, because I want to make some changes to the tank and to the layout. So yeah, it's not the final result yet. It's kind of an update in between. Yeah, right now the tank is basically on the verge of being overgrown, but it does look really good, right? Really colorful. I've added fish already. We have a nice group of the Cubotai Rasboras, green neon tetras, amber tetras, and ruby tetras. Well, there's also some honey grams in here. Really nice mix of fish, super colorful. And then for even more color, I've also added some cherry shrimp. Yeah, the clumps of Riccia look really nice, but they definitely need to be trimmed back. And in the background, the Watala blood red, which is the super red stem plant over here. It's looking really good, but also needs to be trimmed. The Hygrophila pinnatifida on the wood needs to be trimmed. Right, so the plan is to first make the tank more beautiful, because we want to install a brand new light, which I'm actually very excited about. And after that, we're going to make the tank ugly again, because we need to do a big trimming session. So then the tank will look a little bit ugly for 2 weeks or so. Then hopefully everything is going to grow back even nicer and even more colorful. Now the reason we're going to install a brand new light is because I have just received the new ADA Solar RGB 2. Pretty crazy, right? Obviously this light is sponsored. I didn't pay for it. Basically been asked by ADA to make some content about this light. Super excited. I was first thinking of doing a separate, unboxing and a review, but then there's already some unboxing and reviews on YouTube. Didn't really see the point of doing another one myself. So I thought, why not just include it in this video, because this tank is super colorful. So I'm very curious to see how this light looks on this tank. Now the Solar RGB is a so-called pendant light, so it doesn't actually sit on top of the tank, on top of the rim, but it needs to be suspended either from the ceiling or from a so-called mounting arm, I guess. Now since I have sloped ceilings in my studio, we're going to go for the mounting arm solution. So we need to install this as well. So it's going to be quite a task, I think. But first, let's unbox the light. I actually haven't opened it up myself yet, so quite excited. Learn from nature, create nature. Well, I still haven't learned Japanese, but I'm guessing this is the manual. Oh, here they do have an English version as well. Yeah, we'll read this later. Okay, let's see if I can pick this up and show it to you guys. Pretty sleek. It's quite heavy. So I hope the mounting arm will be able to support the weight. I think the design is pretty much the same as the first Solar RGB. Right now we just have ADA logo on the side here as well. So that means that this is everything you get in the box. The light itself, the LED driver, the controller, and just a power cable. And of course the little tools for the hanging kit. I mean, I'm saying hanging kit, but I just mean these cables right here. So before we can start using the light, we first need to install this mounting arm. Pretty simple, it just goes on one side of the cabinet, and then this one kind of goes across, and then the light just hangs from this bar. So we could either install it on the left side of the tank and have it coming up over here, or on the right side and have it coming up over here. Now I'd rather have this side open. I don't want to have any metal bars over there, so I'm going to do it from this side. That means that I need to move the cabinet a little bit. So we need to drain the tank, move the cabinet, and then I have free access to install this mounting arm. So I'm just going to drain the tank as much as possible, just so it's a little bit lighter. Then hopefully I can move the cabinet a little bit forward. That should be enough. I'm definitely going to have to keep spraying the plants while I do this, but it shouldn't take too long. What do you mean I'm being impatient? I think that's enough actually. So I just screwed 2 clamps in the cabinet, and now the first piece of metal tubing, the first piece of metal pipe goes in there. So then we have a second pipe which just slides in there, so we can adjust the height here, and we can adjust the height there as well if necessary. Then this piece right here goes all the way on top, and then lastly this one slides in like that. And there we have it. Super simple. So we've got two brackets over here, then we go all the way on top, tube extension over here, and here we have the hook basically. I'll leave a link in the video description for this mounting arm if you're interested. Okay, tank is back in position again and up and running. A little bit cloudy at the moment because I had to prime the filter again and some gunk came out, but that will sort itself out soon. Now it's time to hang the light. I also got these, don't know what it's called. Basically these two attachments to hang those wire cables, from the light. I think that's just a bit easier. It's from the same brand as the light bracket. Again, I'll leave a link in the video description. So I'm just going to place a little foam mat on top so we don't damage this very expensive light. Then I should be able to take these cables here. And this should pretty much just go in here. Here we go, so the cable goes in from the bottom and then it comes out at the back, and then you just need to kind of organize a little bit. But now we're basically ready. We can just suspend it. So we'll start with one side. Of course now because of the weight of this solar RGB it's kind of pulling it down over here, but I think if I unscrew it again and then just raise it slightly, it should be fine. I'll just take some time to adjust it so it's perfect. Okay, well it's not perfect, but we're getting there. But I think I'm basically ready to turn the light on. I have everything connected down here as well. So yeah, I think we should do a little test run. There's a button on the controller and I think if I press it, I'm gonna turn on. Let's see. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, it's on. Slowly ramping up. Okay, that is looking pretty good. A little bit more greenish at the moment, but I think we should open the app and see what we can do with the controller. Okay, so setting up the controller or the app was actually really easy. I like when things are easy. Just you download the app, then you scan it for a new device, found it immediately, and you just give it a name. So I named it MJ's Solar RGB. Yeah, so right now it's not even on 100%. This is 69, then now it's 100%. I don't know if you guys see a big difference on camera. So we have timer, then we have manual, then we have advanced. And then here there's different presets. RGB, natural. Okay, let's see this. This is the Nature Aquarium preset, Paludarium preset, Sunlight preset, and Moonlight preset. That's quite intense. Let's have a look again. This is Sunlight. I think the Sunlight is actually very similar to the previous light that was on this tank. So I might keep it like that. This is also nice, but it's a little bit more on the greenish side. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna stick to the Sunlight preset. Nice and easy. It has been 2 weeks since I installed this new light and did a trimming session, and look at the tank, like it has recovered beautifully. Of course, it's a bit hard to say and hard to measure, but I think that this new light definitely had a very positive effect on the overall plant health and the overall condition of the tank. Like, I've never seen a layout recover this fast from a trimming session, you know? And believe it or not, I actually haven't been dosing any liquid fertilizer in the past 2 weeks. Of course, we do have quite a lot of fish in this layout. The fish produce waste, and the waste is also a kind of fertilizer. So I guess the waste from the fish is enough to sustain this aquarium in the current condition. So I'm very happy with that, actually. I've also added some more fish. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but in the clips from the maintenance session, you might have noticed some hair algae in this tank. So I wanted to get rid of that. And then my local fish shop ordered these American flagfish, or sometimes also referred to as Florida flagfish. I'd never seen them before, but apparently they're very well known for eating hair algae. So I bought 6 of them, added them in here, and like within a week all the hair algae was gone. So that's quite cool. So yeah, these flagfish are definitely a new addition to my cleanup crew members, I guess. I think this can work. We can make it a triangular composition, sort of like this way. And actually in the cabinet I've set up a little plant holding system. Okay, so while the tank is filling up, we can have a look at this new filter. Okay, plan for today is to set up this tank right here. This used to be the low-tech / low-budget aquarium for my 2025 Aquascaping Beginner's Guide. If you have not seen that guide and you want to watch it, I'll leave a link in the video description. It's a 7-episode series covering everything from start to finish about aquascaping. So we basically have 2 identical setups. The only difference is that this tank is made from regular float glass and this tank is made from optic white glass. So that glass is a little bit higher quality, a little bit more transparent. This one has a bit of a greenish tint to it. I did upgrade the light on this tank, so we now have 2 of the same lights. These are Twinstar E-Series 4. I just think they look really nice with the acrylic legs, you know. So I've upgraded the light on this setup, and I'm actually also going to upgrade the filtration because I used to run an internal filter from Superfish. I think it's quite bulky and just doesn't look very nice. So I'm going to upgrade it with an external canister filter. This is the new SEACHEM Classic Vario. It's not sponsored, I bought some with my own money. I actually saw this filter for the first time at Interzoo last year. Spoke to the guys from SEACHEM and I was quite curious to test it out. So I saw it on sale recently, so I thought, let me just try it out. Of course, I'm not going to install the filter now. I'll do that once the Scape is completely done, but I'm excited about this product, so yeah, something to look forward to. So this layout I made a few days ago, and this is going to be a real classic nature style aquascape, you know, like carpet in the foreground, crypts around the wood, ferns on the wood, and then colorful stems in the background. So of course, this one should be something a little bit different. So I'm thinking of making sort of like a river style aquascape, but actually a heavily planted river, if that makes sense. So I have these really nice dark gray boulders, and long-term viewers of the channel might recognize these stones because the last time I used them was in the 90B river. I think this layout is going to be quite similar. I was thinking of doing something completely different, but I really enjoyed the layout. You guys enjoyed it as well. I think the video got like more than 100,000 views, so yeah, I want to just try something similar again. But first things first, we need to take care of this substrate. So this is the old substrate from the previous layout. I definitely want to reuse it again because it's full of beneficial bacteria. It's only 6 months old, so there's probably still nutrients in there as well. But I do want a cosmetic sand foreground. So I'm going to push some substrate towards the back and then kind of clean it up a little bit here and then add in some sand and some gravel. I want to try to siphon out this last bit of water because it's quite dirty. So I'm going to raise one side of the aquarium. Okay, remove the Aquasoil from the foreground. I don't think it's a good idea to add in the sand and the gravel now because I'm going to be using quite heavy rocks. So the Aquasoil is still going to be shifting around and moving around. So it's probably a good idea to save that till the very last. So yeah, let's get some of these rocks in. So I've used these rocks a few times now, and every time I've used them, I've glued the hardscape together. So these rocks actually have some glue marks. I don't know if you guys can see that. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of glue marks on there. Fortunately, there's not really much I can do about it anymore. It's very difficult to remove, so I'm just gonna have to find a way to Make sure it's not visible. So either, you know, face this rock the other way or cover it up with some plants or something, but we'll figure something out. I think the other side doesn't really have much glue marks. So this one could stand like this. Wasn't really happy how things were going, so we're starting from scratch again. And this time I'm going to start with the wood, because the wood has quite a nice flow. I think I want to have it like that. So now I'm going to start adding in the rocks again. So I do want this piece of wood to sit a little bit higher. I think this can work. We can make it a triangular composition, sort of like this way. Have it much more densely planted on this side, taller plants as well, and then just have it sloping down towards the right. I think this could be nice. I do still have quite a lot of these smaller pebbles. But at the moment the piece of wood is touching the glass over here, so I'm just going to move it forward slightly. I think this is good. Now I can also have plants over here, you know, otherwise it would be hard to kind of cover this up. So initially I was thinking just have a line of sand and cosmetic gravel in the foreground, but I'm thinking to have soil until there and until there, and then just have sand in the middle and have it going up on the hill as well, you know. I think that could be nice. So I'm going to add a little bit of new Aquasoil in each corner, just to raise it up a little bit. Here we go, so now this side and this side can also be planted. This will remain empty, and later on once we're completely done, we'll add in some nice cosmetic sand. Right, I quite like where this hardscape is going. I can kind of already visualize how it's going to look with the plants in there and the sand in there. Next step is to glue this piece of wood to the rocks. I just want to have it secure, you know, so I'm just going to use my super glue and cotton pad method. A few spots here and there just to hold it down. Okay, I think piece of wood is secure. Yeah, it's not moving anymore. So we're pretty much ready for planting. But before we do that, I just want to add some root caps into the substrate. Like I said, it's been 6 months. This Aquasoil is 6 months old. So I just want to make sure we have enough nutrients for another 6 months. So a couple of these Dennerle plants power caps in there, then we should be good. You want to push these in quite deep, because those capsules always have a little bit of air in it. Sometimes they want to float up to the surface. I'm going to put 3 in the background here, and then a few more over here. Okay, root taps are in, so now we can start planting. So I'm thinking for the left back corner to use the Nymphoides Taiwan. This will look really good in there. And then I'm also going to add in some of this Juncus repens. This is a nice grassy stem plant. So just mix that with the Nymphoides Taiwan. Then I have some Taxiphyllum barbiri, also known as Java moss. Of course, it's going to go on the wood and kind of like in between the smaller rocks. And then for these shorter areas over here, I'll use the Halantium broadleaf and Halantium red. And actually in the cabinet I've set up a little plant holding system, and in here I have a few more options. I have some really nice Hydrocotyl verticillata in here. I do have some small Amazon swords as well. Got some hairgrass, I've got some pearlweed, some Sagittaria as well, so I might pick a few of these as well. Alright, all done planting. I like it a lot already. I think it has a very natural feel to it. So the only thing left to do now is to add in the sand and the gravel. I think in order to do that, I'm actually going to fill up the tank with water first. Then siphon out this little bit of mud that we have over here in front. Maybe siphon out a little bit of excess soil on the path. And then I can add in the sand and the gravel. Okay, so while the tank is filling up, we can have a look at this new filter. We've got a huge thick manual, and we also have a quick guide. So I'll probably just read the quick guide and get rid of the manual. And here's the filter itself. Even though I have seen this thing about a year ago, I'm still quite surprised how big it is actually. And it's not that powerful. I think this one does like 510 liters per hour, which, you know, it's actually not that much. Yeah, at least there's a lot of space for media and stuff like that. Let's see what kind of media is in there actually. Yeah, I'm not going to open it up. As you can see, it's basically just sponges. There's no biological filter media. It's kind of weird as well, you know? Like it's not a cheap filter. Why would you only put sponges in there? And besides the filter, of course, you get a bunch of tubing. You get 4 of these valves, which is nice. Of course, all the pipe work for the in and out flow, which I'm not going to be using. And then, of course, the power brick and the electricity cord. Okay, back to the tank. So I'm just going to start siphoning. I just want to remove this little bit of mud over here and a little bit of soil in this area over here. So I've just been digging through my collection of sands and gravel. And I have this Dua river sand, tropical river sand. Looks quite nice. I have the classic ADA La Plata sand. And then I also have this gravel from Wio, which I also used in the previous river layout with these rocks, you know. Here we go. So this is very similar to the boulders that I've used for the hardscape, you know. So I think a combination of these 3 materials should look very nice. Okay, all done with this sand and gravel, but of course it's super cloudy because MJ didn't bother to wash anything. So I'm just going to quickly install the filter and then the filter will clear everything up. So I think I'm going to have to say goodbye to my plant holding station because I need space for the external filter. So instead of the standard filter tubing, I'm just going to use this flexible filter hose from Chihiros. Pretty much use this on all my tanks now. So this is what comes standard with the EHEIM filter. Not necessarily bad, it is quite flexible, but it's also like kind of a dark brownish grayish color. Not very pretty. I think this looks a lot better. I don't know if you guys can see, but I also have to go through this little gap over here. There's a hole in the cabinet, and then I have to go out to behind the tank. So this really flexible hose from Chihiros is great for that. It's not sponsored, it's just a product that I like. And instead of using the standard in and out flow, which is also not a very nice looking color, I'm going to upgrade it to the Aquario NEO Flow. They're actually the same shape, but this one is transparent and this one is not. Wondering if it's made in the same factory. I don't think so, probably not. Okay, filter is installed and the in and out flow is installed as well. Now, this filter doesn't even have a prime function, so we're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. And in case you're wondering what the old-fashioned way is, it's basically removing the tube, making sure that the inflow is fully submerged. And there we go. Now it's priming. Okay. Now the filter is slowly filling itself with water. Okay, it's all filled up, so now we can plug it in. And we have flow. Seems quite powerful actually. Okay, I finally managed to connect the filter to the EHEIM app. I'm now running it on 50%, which is, I think it's good. I'm now going to add some ADA clear water, and hopefully in an hour the tank is crystal clear. Okay, fast forward to the next day. Tank is looking good, water is crystal clear, and I'm quite happy with how the sand path turned out. I think it's looking really good. Only thing I have to do now is to add in the CO2. Didn't really have time for it yesterday, so I'm gonna do that now. Okay, plenty of space in the cabinet for a CO2 system. I have a brand new 500 grams CO2 cylinder. I'll remove the packaging. Because it's new, it always has this yellow seal on the output. So I'll just remove that, and now we're basically ready to go. Full of CO2. These 500 grams CO2 cylinders, they can't really stand alone, so they need to have a foot as well. So we're just going to put it in the cabinet like this. Then next up we need a CO2 regulator, and I'm actually going to use the Chihiros CO2 regulator Mate, I think it's called. I've shown this one once before in my 2024 CO2 system buying guide, and since then I haven't really used it. But yeah, it's perfect for this small system. Okay, so the regulator is attached to the cylinder. Now I just need to fill up the bubble counter. You can do this with water, but I actually like to use glycerin. You can find this in like pharmacy and stuff like that. Not sure what it's normally used for, but this stuff is a lot thicker than water, so it also doesn't evaporate. So if you fill this one with water, over time the water will evaporate or will just end up in the tubing, and then you can't really count the bubbles anymore, you know. With this, it's a bit more of a permanent solution. Then for the CO2 diffuser, I'm going to use the NEO diffuser from Aquario. This is the special curved S. So I think this is not the smallest one, but the one up basically. They have tiny S, M, and L, I think. And there it is. Really nice diffuser. Really good size as well. I like that it has this curve here, so you can just hang it over the glass edge. You don't need any suction cups. Next up, I'm going to make a cut in the tubing somewhere in the middle and add a check valve. Focus on that. There's probably already a check valve in the CO2 bubble counter, but I just want to prevent having the entire CO2 tubing being filled with water after the CO2 turns off, you know. So just going to have a check valve a lot close to the diffuser to prevent that. Here we go. So diffuser, tubing, check valve is over there, and I'm just going to pull the tubing so the check valve is not visible. Here we go. So we're all done setting up the CO2 system. We've got micro bubbles coming from the diffuser. Only thing left to do now is to add a drop checker to the aquarium. I think I'm just going to place it in the back corner over here. So the drop checker is just going to tell us how much CO2 we have in the aquarium. So blue is not enough. Over here in this one, it's yellow. It's a bit too much, but we don't have fish in here just yet, so that's okay. This one has been dialed in a long time ago. It's a nice lime green color, which is perfect. You really want to dial it in as soon as possible, because once you start making adjustments like a week in or 2 weeks in, the chances of getting some algae issues because of the fluctuations is a lot higher. Okay guys, roughly 5 or 6 weeks have passed and this tank developed really beautifully and really fast as well. I mean, it's not totally surprising. We use quite a lot of fast growing plants. We use the pearlweed, the halantium in the foreground, so this one grew in fast. Also had absolutely no startup issues whatsoever, like no brown algae, no diatoms, nothing. And I think that's because I reused the substrate on a previous layout, you know? Like that stuff is full of beneficial bacteria and you kind of instantly cycle the tank. You can also kind of skip past the ugly phase. Doesn't always happen, but in this case it did. Got some really nice inhabitants in this tank. I've added a mix of celestial pearldanios and the emerald rasboras. So the celestial pearldanios have a blue body with dots and then red fins, and the emerald rasboras have a blue body but with like vertical stripes. I think they're the same family sort of, and I think they can actually breed together as well. But I don't think that's going to happen in this tank, and even if they would, like the babies probably wouldn't survive. There's too many predators. Then I've also added the Borneo loaches. Really love those guys because they stay quite small, so they're the perfect size for this nano tank in my opinion. And some of them have a really beautiful blue tail, so yeah, they're really interesting fish to watch. And they really keep the rocks nice and clean. There's a bit of green algae on the rocks, but yeah, there's food for them, so I kind of want that. So that's all the fish. And then we have some shrimp in here as well. We have a nice group of crystal red shrimp, and there's some Amano shrimp in here as well. I really love the crystal reds. Like, they're probably my favorite, I would say. Yeah, I think crystal reds are my favorite shrimp. They're a little bit more difficult to keep, you know, they're a little bit more finicky when it comes to the water parameters. But they seem to be happy in here, so if they're happy, I'm happy as well. So I think that's all the inhabitants. I mean, there's a few snails in here as well, but yeah, I think I've mentioned all of them. Now, you might have noticed that some of the plants have changed a bit. So initially I planted the Nymphoides Taiwan in the background, but unfortunately almost all of it has melted. So instead I planted the Hydroclase Nymphoides, if I pronounce that correctly. It's like a little South American water lily, and yeah, kind of a similar looking plant, but a bit different. And then I also wanted a little bit more color in the layout, so I added a few stems of the Proserpinaca. No, this is not Persicaria. That's it. A few stems of Persicaria, and there's a few stems of red Myriophyllum as well, just for a little bit more color. Oh, and of course the redwood floaters. I did also add a light screen to the aquarium. I'll turn it on right now. So this is without the light screen, and this is with the light screen. You guys let me know what you prefer. I sometimes turn it on, but for the most part I just keep it off. But it's kind of nice when you're making some cinematic footage, you know. In terms of maintaining this tank, it's kind of the same recipe as always. Light is on for 8 hours per day from 1 p.m. till 9 p.m. It's not on the full brightness, it's the one step lower. And CO2 starts 2 hours before the lights, turns off 1 hour earlier. And currently in terms of fertilizer, I am dosing the SEACHEM Flourish. This is kind of an all-in-one fertilizer, but it doesn't really have a whole lot of nitrate and phosphate. So the nitrate and phosphate is mostly coming from the fish waste and from the food. So yeah, this is working well right now. I really love seeing all the fish and the shrimp kind of, yeah, just hanging out underneath the arch. Sometimes they do come out, but yeah, really happy with this layout. Hope you guys enjoyed this one as well. I think this is it. Guys, thanks for watching. See you in the next one. In today's video, I'm going to show you guys how I made this beautiful low-tech and low-maintenance shallow tank. Today we are back in the gallery of my local fish shop Hames. I love this space, but it's actually been a while since I set up a tank here. So if you're new here, or if you've never seen the space before, or if you just need to refresh your memory, we have an AQUASCAPE line 90, so a 90 centimeter tank, a 100 centimeter tank, we have a 4 foot 120 centimeter tank, and we have this 2 meter beast. Then we've got a couple of nano tanks as well. So we have a 35 liter Scaper tank, 2 30 centimeter cubes, and a 20 centimeter cube. So we have 4 big tanks, 4 small tanks, but next up we have a shallow tank. So this shallow tank has actually been sitting here empty for, I want to say, maybe 4 months. It took a long time for us to get the light. I don't know why it took such a long time, but the lights are here, so we can finally get started. So the tank itself is measuring 160 centimeters from left to right. Then I have to check the width and the height. Yes, the height is 30 centimeters, and front to back it's 35 centimeters. So 160 by 30 by 35 is 168 liters. I'll put all the inches and gallons on the screen as well for you guys. As you can see, the tank is also quite high up, so the stand is about 150 centimeters tall. So that gives a bit of an issue with filtration. Initially I was thinking of using an external canister filter, but I don't think the canister would either lose a lot of power because of the height, or it just wouldn't work at all. So that's why we've come up with a different plan. So for filtration, we're going to use an hang on the back filter. This is an AQUASCAPE BioStyle 180. So I think it's actually the biggest one that they do. Yeah, so a hang on back filter for the shallow tank. I think in this case it's actually going to be a hang on the side filter. It's probably going to go either on this side or on the left side. Now we want to turn this into a fast flowing river style aquascape. So probably the hang on back filter is not going to provide a lot of flow. That's why we're also going to add a wave maker. So that's basically it in terms of filtration and water movement. Okay, so we talked about the tank, we talked about the filtration. For the light, we're using 2 times the Chihiros WRGB2 Slim. I've got the box right here. So these lights, fully RGB, full spectrum, app control and everything. I have them at home as well. Really like these lights. Alright, so like I said, I want to turn this into a fast flowing river. And I'm going to make the hardscape with products from Wio. I've already used Wio a few times on the channel. I really like their stuff. Also because everything kind of matches, you know. So for this one, I'm going to use the elderly boulders. And then they have elderly gravel. They have elderly riverbed. And yeah, it's just really easy to make a hardscape with their products. In the store that we're in today, they're actually going to start stocking Wio products very soon. So that's why I'm using it as well. So I have this elderly boulder kit. So we have these really nice river boulders. We have elderly gravel, some really big gravel, and then different sands as well. Now I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like I only have this one boulder kit for this entire shallow, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. But you know, we're in a store and they have tons more hardscape over here, so I'm sure we can figure something out. They also have quite a lot of this talawa wood, and this always works quite well in the river in my opinion, because it kind of just looks like those branches that you would find in a river, you know, like falling off a tree. I might use this together with the boulders. So I found this really nice massive piece of talawa wood, and MJ cut it in half. So I think now, you know, we have two nice long pieces, and this together with those boulders, I think that should look nice. So this will be very minimally planted, if planted at all. So we don't need any Aquasoil or like nutrient-rich base layer. And we're going to go in straight with the sand. This is riverbed elderly. Looks quite nice. I mean, if you want a natural looking layout, then you really can't go wrong with this Wio stuff. I mean, look at all the detail just in the sand, you know, like there's just little bits of everything. It's just a nice mix. Okay, so we have the talawa wood, we have the riverbed. Now let's go in with some boulders. This is the largest one that's in that kit box. So I'm gonna add this one first. And then we just have a few smaller ones. Not really gonna think about it too much, just gonna place them randomly. Once you start putting too much thought into placement, it shouldn't start to look unnatural, you know? Now I do need to lock down the talawa wood with some glue. So I need to make sure that I have some rocks against the talawa wood so I can connect them together and yeah, make sure the wood is not gonna float up. Okay, this is starting to look pretty good already. I still have more gravels and small boulders that I can add. I think I just want to quickly add the hang-on back filter and the wave maker just to kind of see how it looks, and if I need to cover it up with some hardscape if it's too visible or something, you know. All right, Oase Bio style, quite a sleek hang-on back filter. I've used a smaller one on this one before, and I think they're quite alright. So obviously it's a bit dark in the room here, so you can't actually see it that well, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother me. Even if you look at it from this side, you know, like it actually looks quite sleek. I know some people are thinking like, Mark, just a hang-on back filter as filtration for this long tank. I don't think it will be very heavily stocked. We'll probably just go for some gobies and maybe like a small schooling fish, but there will not be a heavy bio load, so yeah, I think it's enough. Okay, let's have a look at this wave maker. Has like a remote control. Okay, so this is the 6000, so the smallest version, 6000 liters per hour. That's actually really small. Literally fits in the palm of my hand. I wonder why they made the propeller pink. Yeah, overall that looks quite sleek. I mean, yes, it's not as pretty or as minimalistic as a canister filter with glass lily pipes, but I mean, overall, I think that looks pretty good. Okay, let's continue with the layout. Next up, I'm gonna add this bag of elderly gravel. They call it gravel, but it's more like pebbles. So it's just a variety of sizes, kind of in the same color tint as the boulders, so just to make it look a little bit more natural. I think after I'm done with this, I'm gonna sprinkle on a lot of thin layer of sand, just kind of blend it all together. You know, like right now the rocks look very placed on top of the sand, so I'm going to cover it with a little bit more sand, and then it will look more natural. Okay guys, I think the hardscape is pretty much done. A little bit of a close-up, the sand and the gravel and everything. I think it looks quite natural, right? On this side I went a little bit more heavy on the gravel, and on this side it's a little bit more sandy. Thought it would be a nice contrast. So the only thing left to do now is to glue the talao wood to the big boulders. I've actually placed another boulder right over there against that stump from that second piece of wood, just so I have a bit more contact points, you know. So I've got my liquid super glue, I've got a precision nozzle and some cotton. I'm going to put the cotton in between the rocks and the wood, soak the whole thing with super glue, and then in a few seconds it will all be stuck together. So you can see here I wedged a piece of cotton in between the rock and the wood, and I'm now going to soak the whole thing with the liquid super glue. Be quite generous with it, and it reacts quite quickly, like maybe 30 seconds. Also, when it reacts, it might start smoking a little bit, or you get some fumes. Make sure you don't inhale that stuff. Right, all done gluing, and I'm actually really happy with how this turned out. It was super simple to put together. 2 pieces of talao wood, some boulders, some sand and gravel, done. I think I'm gonna now fill up with water and then see if we're gonna add in some plants. I think I'm gonna keep it very minimally planted, but I do want a little bit of green in here. Here we go, tank is filled up, the hang on back filter is up and running, and the wave maker is up and running as well. It's not a super crazy strong flow, but I think it's enough. So this wave maker does have like a little computer, no? It's right over here. It's now on 9, that's actually the most powerful setting. So that's 6,000 liters per hour. It's a bit hard to see on camera of course, but I think we have a decent flow. Now the water is a little bit cloudy at the moment, but yeah, that was to be expected with all the sand and gravel that we used. I didn't wash anything, so I might do a water change, but I think we first add in some plants. I didn't order any plants, so I think we'll just steal some from the shop. I was looking at this hairgrass, the Eleucharis montividensis. Might be a nice option, but maybe we just keep it really simple with some Anubias, maybe some Bucephalandra if they have some. Maybe just some crypts as well, you know. Just keep it kind of Asia. Crypts, Bucephalandra. Anubias is not Asia, but I don't know. Oh, here they have some really nice boosts. Here we go, just a small selection of plants. We have the crypt green gecko, got 2 pots of that. And the long hairgrass, 1 pot. Then I have a brown crypt. This is the crypt Becketii. 2 pots of that as well. And lastly, 2 pots of the green Bucephalandra. So that's what, 2 pots, 2 pots, 2 pots, 7 pots in total. Alright, all the plants are in, so the Bucephalandra is mostly between the rocks and the wood. The crypts, kind of just planted them everywhere, mixed the green and the brown one together. And yeah, the dwarf hairgrass, a little bit in the background. Some of them a little bit more in the midground as well, so they don't all get blown away by the wave maker. But I think next up we should give the tank a quick water change, because it's a little bit cloudy. Right, water change done, water's nice and clear. I've actually reduced light intensity already, so they're now set to 50%. I think that's more than enough. We're not going to be using CO2 in here. We all have easy plants, not too many plants either, so we don't want to have a lot of light. I've also reduced the intensity of the wave maker. It's now running on 20% or something, because the long hairgrass kept getting uprooted by the strong flow. So I'll just wait for the plants to get some hold, and in a few weeks we can always increase the flow if necessary. But yeah, this is it for now. In a few moments you guys are going to see this tank after a few weeks, maybe already with some fish. Okay guys, fast forward a month. I think it's been a month and a half, something like that. Tank is now ready for fish. Just finishing up a quick maintenance session, clean the glass, doing a little water change, and then we can add in some fish. So yeah, almost done with the water change. I've also just put both lights on 100% full power, just for, you know, today's filming purposes. Normally, basically for the past 6 weeks, these lights have been running on 30%, just because it's a low-tech tank. We don't have a lot of plants and want to keep algae to a minimum, and 30% is more than enough actually. The wave maker is kind of on like a little pulse mode, so it kind of, yeah, just pulses. So we have a strong flow, then it stops, strong flow, and then it stops again. All right, so let me show you guys what I have in mind for this tank. Definitely want to use some cories, and I got a lot of different cories over here. Let me show you. You got a bunch of really big ones over here. These look nice. These are really cool. They got the green laser stripe or golden laser stripe. I don't even know what they're called. Yeah, Corridoras green laser. 20 euros each. Maybe that's a bit too much. I think I'm gonna go for the Corridoras pygmaeus or pygmy cories. So you got a large group of them. I think they will look really good in that tank. And then besides the cories, I'm gonna add these gold wing danios, or Danio 10 mini. I've had these ones before when I had the first big shallow aquarium, and I mean, they might not look super colorful right now, but they're really nice fish. Alright, so here we have the gold wing danios. Tried to catch about 30-35 of them, but they're very difficult to count. Corridoras pygmaeus acquired as well. So I think the water quality in the racking system is pretty much the same as what we have in here, so we don't really need to acclimate these fish. They can go straight in. Okay, this is looking amazing. Staying together as a group. There's one group over here and a little small group right over there. But straight away, I really love it. So they will grow a little bit bigger. They'll get a little bit more color as well, but they're definitely not the most colorful fish, but that's also not what I was going for. I wanted something like long and slender, if that's the correct word, which really fits the dimensions of the tank as well, you know? We don't always need these super crazy colorful fish. Look at this, guys. This is awesome. So they're kind of mixed at the moment. Like the cories are swimming with the goldwing danios and the other way around as well. That's really cool. The International Aquatic Plant Layout Contest, or the IAPLC. When it comes to freshwater aquascaping, this is where you're going to find the most amazing layouts. Thousands of talented aquascapers spend months creating the perfect layout, preparing it for that final shot. And the winners? They will travel to Japan to claim their title and a grand prize of 1 million Japanese yen. I've been aquascaping for over 10 years and I had never participated in this contest. But last year I did travel to Japan and I actually attended the award ceremony of the 2024 IAPLC contest. That was an amazing experience and I told myself next year I'm going to participate as well. So in this video I'm going to take you guys on the journey of my first contest tank. I'm going to show you how I made the layout, how I battled algae issues, how I got the tank in perfect condition for the final shot, how I took the final shot, and of course share the final result and the ranking as well. So step 1 was to make the layout. I started by refreshing the substrate and adding in some more nutrients with a bunch of root taps. For the hardscape I used black lava rock and dark spider wood. I'm going for a concave style or V-shaped layout. So the sides will be densely planted and the middle will remain open. Okay, it's been about an hour, maybe even 2. Made good progress. I've actually already started gluing, so most of the big pieces of wood are now glued to the rocks. I think the next step I want to add in some more substrate. Definitely want to raise the height a little bit at the back, just to help increase the sense of depth. You know, right now it's still quite flat. So I have another bag of Dennerle plants, Aquasoil. Yeah, let's do that. A few days later it was time to add in the plants. I basically went for a mix of colorful stems in the background, some ferns and moss in the hardscape, and in the foreground some slow growing crypts. Most contest tanks also have a sand foreground, so I decided to do the same. Okay guys, a few days have passed, water has cleared up nicely and the tank is looking pretty good. I've also added a fish back in, so we have the African banded barbs, the blue-eyed conger tetras, some Odosynchles, and there's one big Siamese algae eater. So overall I'm quite happy with the progress so far. Not really sure how I feel about the sand, but I think the main goal right now should be to focus on healthy plant growth. You know, fill out all those stem plants in the background, get the bulbitis nice and dense as well, make sure all the moss starts growing, and then we can think about sand and details later on. Now about a month after the tank was planted, I had a major algae outbreak. I think this happened because of an imbalance with the CO2, so when I fixed that I did a treatment with hydrogen peroxide, and after that I added a bunch of Clifton snails to help remove the last bit of algae. It took a long time for the tank to recover, but in April things finally started to improve. So it is currently the 24th of April and I've just finished with the first photo shoot of my contest tank. I'm saying first because I want to try to squeeze in one more. The deadline for the contest is the end of May, so I basically still have a little bit more than a month. The reason I want to do another photo shoot is because I think we can still make some improvements. So I'm not really happy with the stem plants on the right side. And there's a few things that I've just noticed on the pictures that are a little bit, yeah, you just need the improvement. For example, here in the front corner there's a tiny little piece of wood that's a bit shiny. I think there's a little bit of super glue on there. So it's reflecting light, you can just really notice it on the picture and it kind of immediately draws your eye to it. So I need to cover that up. So I'll show you a little bit behind the scenes and how I took these pictures. So on the left side here we have a tripod with a blow dryer. Yeah, blow dryer. Obviously we don't have a filter on the tank and that way we don't have any water movement. But in the picture that looks a bit unrealistic because, you know, we're trying to create a natural environment here. So you need to have a little bit of water movement. So that's why we have the blow dry on the surface creating those ripples. Just makes it look a little bit more natural. Then I've also, you know, removed all the visible equipment. So we removed the lily pipes, I've removed the CO2 diffuser, and I've also kind of drained the water level a little bit. It's not necessary, but I think the layout looks a little bit better with a lower water level. Then I've also placed a small LED light behind the tank, just to kind of illuminate the background a little bit. You can see it, a little bit there, you know, in the back. think it looks cool. And basically that's it, and then you're just waiting for the fish to be in the perfect spot, so then you can take a picture. That's actually the most difficult part, especially for me, because I don't really have the right fish for a contest tank. I think for a contest tank you just want 1 or 2 types of fish, and preferably fish that really stay tightly as a group together, you know. And I have these, I think they're called panda tetras, I have the African banded barbs, and I have the blue-eyed Congo tetras. And the Congo tetras are very shy, so they constantly stay in the center and you don't really see them in the pictures. And the panda tetras are very aggressive, so they constantly, you know, chase everybody else as well. And the African banded barbs, yeah, they're also not really, they don't really stay together as a group, you know, so they kind of either here and there or they're hiding. So waiting for the fish to be in the perfect spot, that was definitely the most difficult part here. But as you can see, the stem plants in the background are quite tall on this side. You can see here from the top as well. They're almost at the water surface. But then on the right side, they're a lot shorter. I don't know how that happened. I trimmed them both at the same time. Maybe I trimmed this side a little bit shorter and that's why. But yeah, it kind of just looks a little bit out of balance in the picture. So I'm thinking of doing one more trimming session. And then I will trim these ones a little bit shorter, leave these ones a little bit longer. And hopefully they will grow back in the same length and the picture will look a little bit more balanced. That's the plan. There is still a little bit of algae on the wood as well. I do have a bunch of Clayton snails taking care of that. So maybe in a month that will be completely gone and the tank will look even better. Yeah, this tiny piece of wood over here is really showing up in the pictures. So I need to fix that. Yeah, besides that, I'm actually really happy with how the tank developed. Like, I don't think it's going to get any amazing scoring at the contest. I don't think it will rank very high because, you know, the people that are participating are just on a whole nother level. They do this way more often. This is kind of like the first time I'm doing it. So I'm not really expecting much and I don't really care about ranking either. But I'm pretty proud of what I've managed to achieve with this tank and this layout. I'm really happy with how it looks right now. Okay, fast forward, it is now the 12th of May, so we have a little bit less than 3 weeks until the deadline of the contest. Today I want to do another photo shoot. I just came back from holiday and actually the tank is looking quite good. The stems have grown back again after a trimming session and yeah, just want to try it again. So this is the current state of the tank and I was surprised to see it was looking quite well after the holiday, especially because I've been gone for almost 10 whole days. It's quite a long time, you know. And yeah, May is a busy month for me because tomorrow I'm flying to Texas, so very little time at home and very little time to maintain the tanks. But yeah, I'm happy to see this one is kind of looking after itself. Of course, there's still some algae here and there, and it's definitely not perfect, but it's looking quite well. So I have done a maintenance session yesterday. Basically just a small water change. I cleaned the sand a little bit, added some new sand and some new gravel as well. You never really want to do a maintenance session on the day of the photo shoot because, you know, we need the water to be crystal clear. But I have noticed that I didn't really do a good job on cleaning the glass. So a few final brushes with the algae scraper and it is good. You can already remove the CO2 diffuser. Of course, we don't want any visible equipment on the picture. This one's got to go. Then I also have some small Clayton snails on here. Of course, I want to make sure we remove them from the glass as well and just drop them somewhere else. Of course, we need to remove the CO2 drop checker. Here we go, all the visible equipment removed. Looks so nice without any equipment, you know. Next step is to drain the water level a little bit. I'm going to siphon some debris from the sand, make sure the sand is absolutely spotless. And then we can install the fan, start taking pictures, and yeah, that's it. Okay, next step is to clean the glass from the outside. For that I'm going to use the SEACHEM Aquarium Cleaner and the SEACHEM Aquarium Polisher. This one is great because it also removes mineral deposits, and I have a mark on the left side where the suction cups from the lily pipes were. So I'm going to make sure the glass is completely clean, and then we can start taking pictures. Here we go, glass is clean, and I've also turned on that LED light in the background, you know, this one that's behind the tank. I'm just gonna close the blinds now, and then we can install the fan, and then we're ready. Okay, nice and dark. Now we need to install the fan, the blow dryer, hair dryer, whatever you want to call it. Last time I had the fan on that side. I think I want to try it from this side now. Okay, I think that's our setup, guys. So the dryer is creating some nice ripples. I'm gonna try to make some pictures. Okay, I think we're done. I've taken a bunch of pictures. They look pretty good. I'm happy with it. So now I'm gonna do another trimming session because I'm actually going away again. Tomorrow I'm flying to the United States for a workshop for Aquascaping, and I'm also gonna go to Aquarium Design Group. Super excited about this trip. That means that I'm going for another almost 2 full weeks. So this tank definitely needs a trimming session before I go. And then we'll see, maybe if I come back and the tank is looking good, I can try to do another photo shoot. But I mean, we've done 2 now, have a bunch of good photos. So yeah, anyway, we're sorted. Okay guys, trimming session is done. I've trimmed off the moss, and I've also trimmed again the stem mounts in the background. So I'm going to add liquid fertilizer. I'm going to use SEACHEM Flourish because this doesn't really have a lot of nitrates and phosphates. So hopefully, you know, the plants will grow back, but we still can keep the red colors in the Rotala. So I'm going to dose a little bit more than usual because I'm, you know, going away. So I think 3 capfuls. Normally it's 1 capful for 250 liters once a week. But I mean, it's a high-tech tank with a lot of plants, so I think 3 caps is fine. Here we go. So I've trimmed a lot of the moss that's on the branches and on the rocks. Also removed a lot of the leaves from the nympheta that was in the sand path here. I've put a little bit of hydrogen peroxide on the algae that's on the branches, this one over here, and the one in the back over there, you know. Just put some hydrogen peroxide on there. And then of course the stems in the background, trimmed all of them. Not really short, but basically just to remove the tops. So on the 26th of May, just a few days before the deadline, I finally sent in my application, and out of both photo shoots, these 2 were the best pictures. Now you can only send in 1 photo, so I had to choose, but I decided to go with a picture from the first photo shoot. Now we just need to wait until the end of August for the results. At the end of June, so actually a month after the deadline, I think the tank sort of reached its peak. At the time it was just looking really good, plants were super dense and lush, and there was barely any visible algae. I'd also added some more fish, a nice group of 5 bender barbs and some Florida flagfish. So too late for the contest, but never too late for a nice cinematic sequence. And this is the current state of the tank, guys. It is now the 18th of August, so at the time of filming I don't know the results yet. But I need to make this part now because I'm going to start taking this tank down soon. Like I said, I started the layout in December of last year. It's now August. It's time for something new. But actually the most exciting part is that I'm also getting rid of this tank and I'm upgrading to something a little bit bigger. You know, this is a 90 centimeter aquarium. It's a good size. It's, in terms of volume, it's the biggest tank that I have. But something a little bit bigger will of course give us just more possibilities. So yeah, stay tuned for that. But as you can see, tank is looking pretty good. It's just a bit overgrown. I can't remember the last time I did a maintenance session on here. Well, maintenance session I can remember, but a trimming session has been a long time actually. All the stems started to grow out of the water. There's not a lot of swim room left in the foreground. But I actually think the fish really like it because there's so many hiding places, you know. They feel very comfortable at the moment. So I'll give you a bit of a closer look. As you can see, the Inline flow, nice and dirty. Stems are all growing out of the water over here. The Bolbitis is starting to grow out the water as well. The Nymphea has completely covered up the sand path. All the Physidens moss is just grown way too big as well. Basically, this tank just either needs a really good trimming session, or like I'm gonna do, is just take it down. I'm definitely gonna save a lot of the plants because, well, plants are just super healthy, you know, like especially the Bolbitis that has grown so much in the past 7-8 months. Would be a shame to get rid of that. Yeah, the plants definitely look healthy. I have still been dosing the SEACHEM Flourish, just a simple all-in-one micro elements, trace elements, and a little bit of nitrogen phosphate as well. Just a few pumps every week or so. And yeah, that's it. Feeding the fish every day. It has actually been quite a low maintenance contest tank in my opinion. I mean, of course, the stem plants in the back had to be trimmed a couple of times. The moss had to be trimmed, I think, twice in 8 months, so that's not too bad. And because we have a sand foreground, well, not so much anymore, but because we had a sand foreground, it was, relatively low maintenance as well. Alright guys, August 30th, today is the day. I've just finished watching the live stream where they announced the top 100 of the IAPLC. Blew my mind. There's so many amazing works. But all the other results are now posted online as well, so you can find out what my ranking is going to be. Let me record the screen. Okay, here we go. So we can scroll past the top 100. I've already seen those. There's 1,500. 1,500 people participated. So I'm just gonna search for Netherlands. Where's Netherlands? Netherlands. Mark-Jan Viola, 601. Wow, 601 guys. First time participating? That's pretty good. Very happy with that. So that's it guys, the end of this year's contest journey. That was really exciting, really happy that I participated. It's just a super fun experience to create a layout for a contest and for judges, you know. It's a totally different experience than just creating a layout for yourself. So if you've never participated, I highly recommend it. Yeah, I mean, as you can see, the 90p is gone. Something else took its place. Super excited about that. More on that later. I think for now this is it. I want to say a huge congratulations to everybody who participated in the IAPLC. Yeah, guys, thanks for watching. See you in the next one. In this video I'm going to show you guys how I made this awesome little saltwater bowl aquarium, which is extremely low tech and it also rotates. Look at that, how cool is that? Hopefully with this video I can convince some people that, you know, having a saltwater aquarium doesn't have to be super complicated and doesn't have to be expensive either. So let's get started. Let's start with the basic setup. First up, we need something that can hold water. I'm going to use a bowl, but of course you can use a normal glass or acrylic tank as well. I know some people don't like bowl aquariums and think that they are cruel, but personally I think they're okay as long as you are mindful of the size of the bowl and the size of the creature that will be living in there. Besides the bowl, I also need a stand and a light. And for the rest of the equipment, I'm only going to use a wave maker and a heater. So this bowl is not going to have a filter at all. The water will get filtered in other ways, but more on that later. Okay, so the bowl just came in. The box feels really light, so I hope it's not like super thin in glass or anything. Of course, it's a box in a box. It's a bit thin. The glass seems to have a lot of imperfections as well. I think this was not a good buy. So that bowl was not good at all. The glass had a very green tint and there were loads of these air bubbles in the glass as well. So I returned it and looked for a different one. And luckily, this one from Amazon was much better. Okay, bowl acquired, and as you can see, it is much better compared to the previous one. It's a good size as well, with a diameter of around 35 centimeters, and the opening on the top is around 21 centimeters. If my math is correct, this bowl should hold around 28 liters or 7 US gallons. I'm kind of running out of space in my studio, but I still managed to find a spot in between the chair and the tank on the right. So I went to my favorite online store and I ordered a small stand and a floor lamp. the lamp I actually have a very special bulb which I found in a store in Japan. It kind of looks like this bulb is specifically designed for tanks with soft coral and macroalgae, which is exactly what I'm planning to keep in this bowl. I've seen a few ball aquariums while I was in Japan and they look great, but they were all really tiny. Now before we can start decorating the bowl, I like to add a foam mat underneath just to protect the glass. And if you're a regular viewer of the channel, you might have seen the rotating vase I made a while back. I really like the rotating feature, so I'm going to do the same with this bowl. Oh, and by the way, everything that I'm using for this bowl, all the products will be linked below, so definitely check that out if you want to start your own saltwater aquarium. Okay, now we are ready to start setting up this bowl. And since this isn't my first saltwater aquarium, I have some leftovers I can use. I've got 2 different types of sand and some biological filter media. I'm basically going to set up this bowl in the same way as I would set up a freshwater aquascape. So starting with a thick substrate layer which will be home to all kinds of beneficial bacteria. For the hardscape, I'm doing something very different as well. Instead of using reef rocks, I'm going to use black lava stone. The main reason for using black lava is simply because it's a lot cheaper, and I thought the black color would contrast really well with the macroalgae. Now from a design point of view, this probably wasn't the best idea, because in an established reef tank you get all these tiny white dots everywhere, which are so-called spitterbait worms. Basically a tiny filter feeder and completely harmless, but they do stand out on a black surface. After playing around with the rocks, I was quite happy with the layout, so I glued some of the rocks together with the superglue and cotton pad method. Once that was done, it was time to add in the rest of the equipment, which is just a simple wave maker and a small heater. I can easily hide the heater behind some of the rocks, but finding a suitable spot for the wave maker was a bit tricky, and I had to change location a few times. Now that the hardscape is done, we can move the bowl back to its original spot and fill it up with water. I like to make my own salt water, and this is how I do it. I start by simply filling up a bucket with reverse osmosis water, then I measure out the salt according to the instructions, and then I mix everything with a pump until the salt is fully dissolved. Now if you don't have a reverse osmosis water filter, you should be able to just buy ready-made salt water from your local fish store. So the hardscape is done and the bowl is now filled with salt water. At this point I like to take a break and just let the tank go through its cycle. I definitely recommend to add some beneficial bacteria during this time as well. One month has passed and it's time to add some life to the bowl. I'm going to start with different types of macroalgae and a few easy corals as well. The macroalgae really is a star here because that's what's going to allow us to create an ecosystem without the need for a filter. This stuff can grow quite fast and it absorbs excess nutrients like nitrates and phosphates. Think of macroalgae like plants in a freshwater aquarium. If you have a lot of healthy plants, the water quality will be really good. And the same thing goes for macroalgae in a saltwater setup. A week after adding the corals and the macroalgae, the first diatoms are starting to appear. Now diatoms are a type of algae, but this is the algae that doesn't look good and we don't want in our aquarium. Now in this case, it's completely normal and just part of the startup process. It's actually a good sign because it means that the bowl is getting more and more established. It also means that we can add more life to this bowl, starting with snails. I got these really cool bumblebee snails and Nasarius or zombie snails. The zombie snails can dig themselves in the sand and that way keep the sand bed nice and clean. While the bumblebee snails are just really good at eating leftover food. But there's more. I'm also going to add in a so-called cleaner shrimp. These are a great addition to any saltwater aquarium. He gets so excited when it's feeding time, and whenever I'm doing some maintenance, he will always climb on my hands and start cleaning my skin. Lastly, I want to introduce you guys to Danny. Danny is my azure damsel and he's been with me for 2 years already. He was one of the first saltwater fish I ever bought. If you're looking for an easy beginner fish, then damsels are definitely a good choice. They can be a bit aggressive, so if you want to keep more than one, you do need a bigger tank. Okay, fast forward about 2 months later, and this is the current state of the bowl. As you can see, it's looking pretty good. It can definitely still look a lot better, but we're going to make it look better towards the end of the video. Let's just do a bit of an update for now. So like I said, 2 months have passed and it's doing really well. Macroalgae has grown a lot, corals have grown a lot, and I think Danny and the cleaner shrimp are also really enjoying their new home. The only thing that didn't do so well is one type of macroalgae. I will overlay a clip of which one. Unfortunately, that one melted away. Sometimes happens with macroalgae, they don't always transition very well. But yeah, the bowl is actually doing really good without a lot of maintenance, without a lot of just attention. Actually, last month I was away almost the entire month. I first went on holiday for 10 days, came back for 2 days, and then I was gone again for 10 days. And during that time, the bowl didn't get any attention, like no feeding, no water changes, nothing, and it's doing really well. So it's actually really turning into a bit of an ecosystem here. But in my opinion, at the moment, it just looks a little bit messy. I kind of just wanted to start, set the bowl up, add some corals, add some macroalgae, and then just see how it goes. Because it's very much an experiment for myself as well. This is the first time that I'm setting up a saltwater aquarium without a filter. So I didn't want to spend a lot of money on corals and macroalgae and then find out that it actually doesn't work. But 2 months have passed, and I think it definitely shows that it does work. So right now I do want to make it look a little bit nicer. I mean, we need to trim some of the macroalgae, and there's some corals here and there that don't really have a good place yet, so I need to fix that. I also want to add in some more corals, so I'm thinking I have another reef tank downstairs which is starting to become a little bit overgrown, so I could definitely take some corals from there. And I've also placed an order for some new corals which are arriving today, maybe tomorrow, so we're going to add that as well. So we're going to make the bowl look a little bit nicer. So I started by trimming some of the macroalgae. This green one in particular grows very fast, and a lot of it also gets tangled up into the wave maker. So I quickly clean that as well. After that I rearranged some of the corals, and while doing that I stumbled on this bristle worm. These guys are part of the ecosystem as well, and they consume uneaten food that would otherwise decompose and produce ammonia. They do freak me out a little bit because they can sting you, so I'm going to remove this guy. Now for some new additions. In my other reef tank I have a lot of this really nice red macroalgae, so I'm going to take some of it out and move it to the bowl. And this coral right here is called a Kenya tree, and it's getting quite big. So I'm going to trim it and move some of the trimmings to the bowl as well. Then a few hours later my new coral order arrived, which included this really nice gorgonian, a few other corals, and 2 of these really nice blue hermit crabs. These little guys are also really good at removing algae and leftover food, so now the cleanup crew is complete. Okay guys, this is the the final box, then I'm gonna stop ordering things. I was just a little bit bummed that the one type of macroalgae had melted. I thought the bowl could use a little bit more color, a little bit more red and green. So macroalgae is still a little bit difficult to find in the Netherlands. But I found a German online store that had some in stock. So let's see. Oh yeah, we got some goodies. It's a decent quantity as well. So it's a bit hard to see, but I'm really excited about this one in the middle. It kind of looks like feathers almost, no? That's the Caulerpa taxifolia. And I think it's actually an invasive species, so you need to be careful with it, but I really like how that one looks. So first up we have Caulerpa prolifera, which is the most common type of macroalgae. This one doesn't really fit in the bowl, so I'm going to add it to my other reef tank. Then I also have two types of Halimeda, which is a type of macroalgae that also needs calcium to grow. Then we have my favorite, the Caulerpa taxifolia, which is going in the background of the bowl. Lastly, I have one more type of Caulerpa, which I'm not even going to try to pronounce. Well guys, I don't know about you, but I'm so happy with how this bowl turned out, and I think it looks amazing. I love all the red and green of the macroalgae, all the different corals, and of course the fish, the shrimp, and all the other inhabitants. There's just so much going on in this bowl, you know, there's so much to see. So it's now been up and running for almost 5 months. When I first filled up with water, it was end of January, and it is now middle of June. So yeah, almost 5 months. I'm just super curious to see how it's going to develop in the next couple of months, you know, especially with the new additions, the new macroalgae. So I'll make sure to do an update in a couple of months from now. But yeah, hopefully with this video, I just, you know, convince some people to, yeah, have a go at saltwater as well, and just hopefully show you guys that it doesn't have to be expensive, it doesn't have to be complicated. I mean, what do we have here? We have a bowl, we have a light and a wave maker and a heater. I think that's it. I'm not going to do a full cost breakdown this time, but I mean the equipment was maybe 200 euros, and then all the decoration, the corals, the macroalgae, the sand and the rocks, maybe another 200 euros. I think you can do this for less than 500 euros, which is what, $515, something like that. So yeah, I think that's everything. Guys, thanks for watching. See you in the next one. So I've got an absolute ton of serious stone. It's starting to look like a nice layout. Okay, we have a really nice plant selection. We have some Alternatera Raniki Mini, different types of Rotala. So I'm actually going to take an electric toothbrush and just clean them manually. So the plan for today is to build a new layout in this 4-foot tank. I originally set this one up as an Amazon Sword angelfish aquarium. Looked really good for a long time, but recently kind of got infested with blue-green algae. So we decided to strip it down and create something new. So we've got a pretty sweet setup over here. Like I said, the tank is 4 foot or 120 centimeters. And I think the width and the height is 50. So that should hold roughly 250 or 300 liters. For the light, we're using a Chihiros. This is the WRGB2 Pro, I think. And then for filtration, we have 2 Eheim canister filters. Now this time, I want to build something that's very much out of my comfort zone. I want to try to make a Brazilian style aquascape, which I've never done before.
So what is a Brazilian style layout, you might be thinking? Well, try to see it as a mix between iwagumi and nature style. It's usually very much focused around the rocks, so like an iwagumi layout, but instead of only using a few carpeting plants, you actually use very colorful and fast-growing plants.
So I've got an absolute ton of serious stone. I've got like 4 boxes here, and there's more in the back if I need to. I have 5 bags of Aquasoil, so that should give us a good start. Yeah, I guess the first thing to do is to drain the tank and temporarily keep the filters somewhere else. You want to make sure these filters stay up and running to kind of preserve all the beneficial bacteria that's inside. So I'm going to drain the tank, move the filters, maybe to another aquascape, just temporarily, and then we can get to work. So currently draining the tank. I've already moved the one filter to the tank next to it. I just have an issue with this one because this filter is connected to a, you can see behind it, CO2 reactor. So it's a bit more difficult to disconnect it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fill up a bucket with tank water. I'll place the bucket next to it, place the in and outflow in the bucket, and just keep it circulating like that. Alright, here we go. Tank is empty. Well, still like a small layer of water, but it's no big deal. It's just hard to get the last bit of water out, you know. So let's get to work. Let's start on the substrate system. So we already have the Aquasoil, but I need something to be able to support all those heavy rocks. So I'm going to take some crushed lava rock. Let's see, 2 bags of that. And then I also want a little bit more nutrients on top of the lava soil. So I'm going to take some Dennerle deposit mix. It's like a nutrient-rich base layer. So I'll take this to the gallery as well. So like I said, the volcano mineral is mostly just to support all the heavy rocks and the substrate system. But this stuff is also really good for beneficial bacteria. It's very porous. Here we go, so 2 bags of the crushed lava rock. Now this stuff doesn't really have a lot of nutrients, so I'm going to cap it with the Dennerle deposit mix. It's like a nutrient-rich base layer, and hopefully it's kind of like going to go through the crushed lava rock and just start mixing, and that will just provide a lot of nutrients to the plant roots. So I'm going to pour it mostly at the back. Just trying to keep the front of the tank free because that's where I want to have some cosmetic sand, but it'll be a long time before we're going to add any cosmetic sand in here. Okay, so now I'm going to cap all of that with, I think, 2 bags of Aquasoil. Then we can start adding in some rocks, and then we can save the rest of the Aquasoil for when we need to build up more height. So I think for now we have enough substrate in here. It's time to add in some rocks. Like I said, this is my first time making a Brazilian style aquascape, so I'm kind of just winging it. I have watched a bunch of tutorials. I basically want to create a bit of a island or almost like a fan shape. So I want a lot of rocks sticking out in that direction, rocks sticking out in that direction, and kind of create a bit of an arch that way. Maybe a sand path in the middle somewhere. That's kind of the rough idea. So I'm just going to start adding in a bunch of rocks and then see how it goes. Whew, already exhausted. But if this layout doesn't turn out good, then it's definitely my fault, because it's not the material's fault, because we have absolutely loads of rocks to work with. We have different sizes, so I think these 2 boxes are like the large, and this here is the medium size. I think we need some S size as well, but that will all come later, and I can always smash a few if needed. Okay, so I made a small start. Basically just started working on the first layer, And I'm also just sorting through the rocks, seeing how they look like and seeing how they could fit in the layout, you know, like how do the lines in the rocks go, and just at the moment it's just very rough sketching. Yeah, I think it's time to add another bag of Aquasoil. Definitely need a lot more height. So I've been going at it for a couple of hours now, but I feel like we're finally getting somewhere. It's starting to look like a nice layout, a nice rock formation. So especially here on the right side, you know, we have at least 3 layers of rocks. You can clearly see that. Here's a little bit less defined, but still looks pretty good. You can also see that I've started adding in some substrate support. So of course we have a huge slope. We want to make sure that not all the Aquasoil is going to start rolling forward. So I've basically pushed little pieces of plastic in between the substrate. Hopefully that's just going to prevent all the Aquasoil rolling forward, and we can just keep the slope in place basically. So I think the next step is to, well, I basically need to start smashing some rocks, because I need to close some of the gaps in between the rock formation. There's quite a few large gaps over here. You can see where the Aquasoil is going to start spilling through the gaps. We definitely cannot have that happen, so I'm going to take some just ugly rocks, smash them with a hammer, and take all these small pieces and close those gaps. So I just stuffed most of the gaps here in front. I needed a little bit more, so I was also looking for some white filter floss just to help with that. So I pushed a little bit of filter floss in there and in there. And while I was looking for the filter floss, I stumbled on a bucket with these small, sort of like grey pebbles. They look really nice, so I think they'll actually look really nice in this layout as well. So I'm just going to use them. So for example, here is still a bit of a danger zone, you know, where the Aquasoil could start rolling forward. So just push a few of those pebbles in there. It looks quite nice, and it also has a function. So at the moment I'm very eager to kind of finish it and pour in the sand and the gravel, but I need to just calm down a little bit and just, you know, focus on those little things like closing the gaps, because if I don't do that now, I forget about it, and then later on, once the tank is up and running, we're going to have these constant soil granules spilling forward, and it just looks horrible. So it's just a bit tedious jobs, but they are important, you know. Okay guys, I think the next step is to start gluing some of the rocks together, especially the rocks that are a little bit higher up, you know. I want to make sure that they're not going to tumble down at some point. So I'm just going to like lightly glue everything together. I want to make sure that if we do take this thing down, like we can easily take it apart without having to like really smash all those glue points, you know. So just little pieces of cotton or a little piece of tissue paper, then some liquid super glue on top of that. That should just keep everything in place without fully permanently locking everything. So normally I always use cotton pads, but I'm out, so this time I'm just going to use paper towels. I mean, same concept. I mean, you can barely see it, but the paper towel is in there, and there's a little piece in there as well. So now I just take my liquid super glue, saturate it, and that's just going to bind these 2 pieces together, and over here is going to bind those 2 pieces together. Okay, so everything's glued together, so I think we're pretty much ready to add in the sand and the gravel. But before we do that, I just want to kind of clean up the foreground over here, kind of remove some of this Aquasoil, and the only way to do that is to first fill up the tank and then siphon it out again. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to do it very slowly, very carefully. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that for now. Okay, so for the sand and gravel, the guys have asked me to use Dennerle. So I think we're going to use the natural gravel Rio Zingle. Quite like this one. It is very dirty, so we have to wash it. and then I'll probably pair it with the natural gravel Mekong. I don't know why they call it gravel because it's clearly sand, but yeah, Mekong and Xingu. Here we go, clean up the foreground, so now we can add in the sand and gravel. Pretty excited, to be honest. So I've just put in a layer of the Rio Xingu gravel. I'm gonna kind of push that towards the rocks. Just yeah, kind of help with the barrier as well, you know, in case there's still any small gaps, just push it against the rocks. Okay, fast forward about 2 weeks later. Today we're gonna plant this layout. Super excited. So I wanted to wait about 2 weeks before planting, just so some of the excess nutrients from the aquasoil could get released into the water column, so we don't have to do a lot of water changes from day one, you know. And also I just wanted to take my time to think about which plants I want to use in this layout. Plants are ordered, they just arrived, so let's see what we got. Okay, we have a really nice plant selection. We have some Alternatera areniki mini, different types of Rotala, Pogestemon deccanensis or erectus, S. repens, we have some Crypt parva here. We also ordered the Pogestemon helfrey, but the owner of the store doesn't like this plant, so we're not going to use this one. And then in here also have some Anubias. Here we go. All the plants are prepared, so I'm gonna drain the tank, shut off all the filters, then drain the tank, and then we can start planting. Okay, we're almost done draining the tank. I've just placed some of the plant cards inside the soil just to kind of make a little planting map, you know, just to kind of determine where each plant's going to go. So here in the foreground we're going to do the Marcellea hirsuta as well as the Crypt parva. Then in the background we have two different types of Rotala, so the orange juice and the rotundifolia. Of course we have Anubias as well, so that's going to go in the cracks of the Sirius stone. On the sides in the midground I'm going to plant the Eriucallum Vietnam. That's this plant over here, kind of like spiky, looks really good. And I think just where the soil starts, we're going to plant some S. repens as well. And then I'm going to mix in some AR mini. I actually have some help with planting today. Leon's going to help me plant. Leon does the maintenance in the gallery, so he's going to help me out because we have a lot of plants. Okay, starting to look pretty good. I do have to say that it kind of feels weird to plant so many different plants in a rock-only layout, you know? Like, it's not an iwagumi, so it's not only grass. But I think it's also because a lot of the plants have been grown immersed, so they're quite big yeah, they're quite big. Especially the S. repens, you know, the leaves are quite, you know, just broad. But once they start converting into the submerged conditions, they will look very different. Same goes for all the stem plants, you know. Right now they're mostly green, the leaves are round, but soon they will look completely different. Okay,
Okay, we're all done planting. Looking pretty good already. So we used mostly potted plants. Only this one over here, the Iriocalum Vietnam, we use tissue culture, so it's very small, but it will grow to about 10 centimeters or so. Like I said, some of the plants were potted, so they're quite big. They'll be more compact once they transform to the submerged condition. Yeah, I think we're ready to fill it up. Okay, planting is done and it looks really good. Actually really happy with how this turned out so far. I had my doubts kind of in the beginning because it just felt a bit weird to plant all so many colorful stem plants in a rock only layout, but I think it's going to look really good very soon, especially once the rotales in the background start growing. I kind of want to trim them in a bit of a dome shape, you know? So yeah, looking forward to that. Now I need to start thinking about which fish I want to keep in here. Not really sure yet. Alright guys, it has been roughly 5 weeks since the tank was planted, and as you can see it developed beautifully. The guys have done a really good job maintaining this tank and trimming the plants. Today we're going to add in the fish, but I first want to do a quick maintenance session. We still have some brown algae on the rocks. We already have some oilcinclus in here taking care of that, but they need a little bit of help, so I'm going to do a quick maintenance session. Yeah, especially all these stem plants in the back, all the rotales, looking really good. I like that we mix them up, so you have so much color variation going on, you know. The only plant that's struggling a little bit is the S. repens over here. You can see that some of the leaves are not looking super healthy, but I'm sure they just need a little bit more time to... Actually over here, they're already looking much better. But yeah, as you can see, some of the rocks still have some brown algae. So I'm actually going to take an electric toothbrush and just clean them manually. Right, maintenance session done, looking a lot better already. Still a bit cloudy, but that's okay, they will clear up soon. And we have the fish over here. I think we have about 45 lamb chop West boras. I think they're gonna look amazing in here. So I'm just gonna start acclimating them, and then in like half an hour or so we can release them. About 4 months ago, I placed an order for an aquarium that I had been dreaming about for many years. An optic white rimless 4-foot tank. The goal? To build the ultimate home aquarium. But what does that even mean? For me, the ultimate home aquarium is a beautiful slice of nature that requires very little effort but delivers maximum enjoyment. A minimalistic tank and cabinet that can blend in with your home interior, and a layout that doesn't take hours of weekly maintenance. A light that is bright enough so you can grow all of your favorite plants, but doesn't require you to wear sunglasses just to look at it. And of course, a place where all of your favorite fish feel comfortable and have endless swimming space. So the tank itself is made by ADA, Aqua Design Nano, and this is a 120p
So it's 120 from left to right, 120 centimeters. Top to bottom is 50 centimeters, and front to back it's also 50 centimeters. I think that holds roughly 250 liters if I'm not mistaken. My bad, it's actually 300 liters. Now, I've had quite a few optic wide rimless tanks in those years, but this one is definitely the highest quality and the best silicone work as well. I'll get some close-ups underneath some good light, but yeah, those ADA tanks, they definitely live up to their name. It's not sponsored, by the way. Everything was just bought myself. I did buy everything wholesale, so I saved a little bit of money there. The cabinet is also from the wholesaler. It's kind of like their own brand. Pretty nice cabinet actually. Push to open doors, shelf in the middle. Shelves can be removed, so I can add a canister filter in the CO2 system, you know. We got holes in the back for all the electrical cords, and there's some holes on the side as well for the filter tubing and the light cable. Already added an extension cord over here. The only downside to this cabinet is that the feet are not adjustable, so I need to manually level the tank, because at the moment I think it's not 100% level. Yeah, I think we're just slightly off, just a little bit. Same thing over here. It's not much, but we definitely need to adjust that. Okay, so before we can start on the layout, there's a few things that we need to do to prepare the entire setup. I've already added a foam mat between the cabinet and the glass, just to kind of even out the pressure. Then we need to level the cabinet and the tank. We need to add a background to the back glass panel. I mean, the wall behind the tank is white, but I think these window films just looks a bit nice. It looks a bit cleaner. And of course, we need to add a light. I've actually just removed the skylight hyperspot, which was the light that I previously had in this spot above the AQUASCAPE line 90. You can still see the attachments over there. I have a new light coming from Skylight, which will probably be here in a few days, but I'm a little bit impatient. I want to get started now. So I think I'm temporarily going to hang a Chihiros light. So I just need to make some new holes in the ceiling so it hangs directly above the tank. So I think I'm going to start with the background first, because for that I need to move the tank. I need to turn it around, of course. And then after the background is done, we can place the tank in its final position, sort of, level it, then install the light, and then we're done. And then we can actually start on the fun part. Okay. Let me see if I can do this. Okay, so for the background, we need background itself. This time I'm going for the static one. I always prefer a sticky background, but they don't have it in the size that I need for this tank, so we're going for the static. Some paper towels, some window cleaner, regular spray bottle, and a very sharp knife. Okay, so step one is to just clean the glass with the window cleaner, just to make sure there's nothing between the background and the glass, you know, there's no dust particles or whatever. Okay, then I need to unroll the background. So normally I would first cut it to size, or like roughly to size, you know, but this roll is 67 by 1.5 meters. So I'm not gonna, any of the leftovers I will not be able to use. So I'm just basically gonna use the entire thing. And I'm gonna add it to the tank and then cut it to size once it's already attached. Then I'm just gonna spray this with a little bit of water. Okay, so protective layer is removed, so we can now pick it up gently, stick it on there, and then remove all the excess water. Now, this would be a lot easier if you had 2 people. I guess I need to make some more local friends. I already asked my neighbors to help me lift up the tank to the 2nd floor, as well as the cabinet, and they were not too happy about that, so I don't want to ask them again. Okay, so now it's on there. That was the hardest part done. So now I'm going to take a credit card and squeeze out all the excess water. Yeah, this is going to take a little while, so fast forward. Okay, so the majority of all the air bubbles and water is now removed. You can still, it's a bit hard to see, but there's still some stripes and tiny bubbles.
they will slowly disappear as the water between the foil and the glass starts to evaporate. It will probably take a couple of days. But yeah, we can now basically just cut it to size and then do any final adjustments. So just take a very sharp blade. Just bought a brand new one, so this one should work very well. And I just like to kind of guide the knife at an angle along the glass, you know, so just make a cut somewhere over here. Try to do it in like one long movement. To do the bottom one, I kind of moved the tank a little bit away from the cabinet so we can actually go underneath the glass as well, sort of. So I'll start from this side. I think we're good in terms of position. Over here I'm like 4 centimeters off the wall. I think it's the same over here. Yeah, 4 centimeters as well. On this side it's a bit more, 6 centimeters, but I left some space for tubing and lily pipes and stuff like that. So basically good. Now we just need to level it. So I bought a pack of these things. Hopefully that's gonna do the job for me. Alright, 1 eternity later, I think I'm done. I mean, it's still not perfect, but I think it's slightly better than when I started. It's just so difficult to do, you know, because as soon as you lift up one corner, the other part starts lifting as well, so I'm just gonna have to take it for what it is. Yes, it's not perfectly straight, but it's good enough. So we've installed the background, we've leveled the cabinet, sort of. Now we need to start hanging the light. So I have this laser level, so it draws a line. Well, it doesn't draw it, but it shows a line on the ceiling. And hopefully that's directly in the center. And then the light should hang perfectly above the tank. That's the idea. It sounds very easy, but I'm not very good at this stuff. Okay, first one in. Let's give a little strength test. Yeah, that should be able to hold some weight. So on the first hole that I drilled, it was the ceiling, so like the plaster basically, and then a piece of wood. So I used this thing to hold the screw, you know, I don't know how you call this in English. Now the second hole that I just made is basically ceiling, and then it's hollow above that. So I'm going to use this one. So I hope that's correct. Somebody in the comments let me know if I'm doing it correctly, or if I'm making a huge mistake over here. Actually, the second one that I showed you guys, that's how I had the previous light here. So that's been working fine for like an hour and a half, a year and a half, I mean. 1 foot in the tank. Should be good. Alright, time to add the lights. So this is the Chihiros WRGB 2 Slim. Like I said, I'm actually going to get a brand new light from Skylight, which should be on the way now. But they had a bit of a delay, so I'm just going to use this one for now. Now the Skylight has the attachment points really on the side here, with the Chihiros a little bit inwards. So I'm probably going to look a little bit silly for now, but that's fine. Boom. Yeah, so you can kind of see that the cable is not completely straight. That's purely because the attachment point is here, but with a new light it should be here, so it should be more vertical. But yeah, that's looking pretty good, guys. Okay, glass is clean, so now we just take a little moment to appreciate the quality of the ADA tank.
Just really nice. As you can see, like, silicone is pretty much invisible. Okay, so we're basically ready to start on our layout. Now, at the time of film, I've just finished the IAPLC contest tank. So when I showed this one, a lot of people asked me like, Mark, are you going to do another contest tank in the 120? Short answer is no, I'm not going to go for a contest tank this time. I really enjoyed the contest process, but it's not really what kind of suits my life at the moment. Like right now, it's the beginning of September and summer is kind of over and the aquarium season is kind of starting again. So for me, that means quite a lot of travel, doing some workshops. Actually, this month, I'm away almost every weekend in a different country to do a workshop. That's pretty cool. But so if you have a tank that's a contest, so if you have a contest tank or just a tank in general that's very stem heavy, for example, then that's a little bit difficult if you're away from home so much. So my plan for this one is to go for something relatively low maintenance. So I'm not gonna use any stems, or maybe just very few stems. Most of it will be like crypts and epiphytes and bulbitis. I still had a lot of plants left over from the Scaper line 90, so I want to use it again. So I have big crypts balancea, I have big pieces of bulbitis. Yeah, so I want to go for a sand foreground, really nice wooden rock structure, and then behind that, just like long grasses like the crypt balancea, for example. That's the plan. I went to my local fish shop, kind of like a few days after I got the tank. They had some amazing pieces of, I think they call this riverwood. Look at this is beautiful. So I want to use riverwood, and I also have, well, I've been doing this for so long now, and one of my favorite rocks is black lava rock. Yeah, so over the years I have collected quite a lot of black lava rock. Like, this is a big crate, you know? I think this is at least 20 kilos or something like that. So I want to use black lava rock. I have a few more pieces over here, the riverwood. I have some old substrate as well. So the previous tank here, the 90p, that was the contest tank. In there, I had a huge slope of Aquasoil. So when I was taking the tank down, I was like, it's kind of a waste to throw away all this substrate, you know? So I've saved a big bucket of it. I'm going to use it as a base layer. It still has nutrients. It's now been sitting in this bucket for a week. It might still have some beneficial bacteria, or they might have all died off, I'm not sure. But either way, it's still a good substrate to use. We're going to cap it with fresh Aquasoil, of course. And in the foreground, I want to have cosmetic sand. So I have the ADA Aqua Gravel. I have La Plata sand. So that's kind of what we're going for today. So normally I would start with the substrate first. But because in this tank I want to have a clear separation between the sand and the Aquasoil, I'm going to do the hardscape first, create a good barrier as well. And then, yeah, but you can do the substrate after the hardscape is sort of done. So I'm just going to start placing in some rocks, because I need these to be able to support the wood. So this piece right here is the piece that I showed you earlier. It's definitely my favorite out of all the ones that I have. So this one could either go this way and more going upwards, or I mean, I'm probably going to go for a triangle composition. So I could also use it kind of as the end of the triangle, you know, like sloping down, and have it sort of like break the line a little bit. But I think I'm going to go for the first option. Something like that. And then I have another really nice piece. And then I have a third one. This is sort of like the rough idea that I had in mind. I'm going to add more wood. I'm going to add more rocks, of course. But yeah, kind of going for the triangular composition. So you'll start really high on the left side. That's where all the tall balancea will be as well. And then the flow will go that way. And then we'll just kind of like slope it down towards the front right. Okay, making pretty good progress. I am doing a lot of it off camera just because it's a very slow process as well, you know, like adding one rock, changing the position of a piece of wood, removing a rock again. So it's just a bit boring in my opinion. So doing a lot of it off camera, but I think we're nearly there. I'm also reusing some old hardscape, so I always like to kind of clean it a bit first with a steel brush, remove some old moss or roots or whatever.
And then if there's like old glue spots on there, so this is some tissue paper or like cotton pad with super glue that's completely hardened, just take some pliers or whatever and just see, comes off quite easily.
Okay guys, I think the main hardscape structure is pretty much done. I quite like the fan shape that we have going on right now. I left a bit of an open space over here. I just didn't want to have like block the complete background with just spikes of wood, you know. So now we can kind of still see it straight through the background. We can put a nice focal point plant over there, for example, you know, like a lotus or whatever. Then a look from the side. You can see that I've actually stopped the lava rock barrier over there. And these two are just kind of like loosely there. So this part over here is going to be filled with Aquasoil. The entire front here and the entire front over there will all be cosmetic sand. I could of course, you know, continue the barrier and just stop sort of like here. But then you have substrate here. You need another lava rock completely against the front glass and sand here. I think if you just have it all sand, it just looks a little bit nicer in my opinion. So in the lava rock barrier, I still have quite a lot of gaps. You can see a large one right over there. So that's all places where the Aquasoil could start rolling forward and start mixing with the sand, which we definitely do not want. So I need to cover that up. I have a lot of small lava rocks that I can use for that. And if they don't fit, I can always use some filter wool. So just take a small piece of filter wool, kind of just like gently push that in there. And then if you want, you can cover it up with a small lava rock. Perfect. And we're just going to sprinkle sand over it as well, so none of that will be visible. Right, so I've closed all the gaps in the barrier. So pretty much the only thing left to do in terms of the hardscape is now to glue everything. So I have the liquid super glue, got my cotton pads. I'm just going to make sure that all the pieces of wood are secured to the rock. So I want to make sure nothing's going to float, nothing's going to tip over or whatever. And then after the gluing is done, we can add in the substrate, cosmetic sand, and then the hardscape is really done. So just in case anybody's watching that has never seen it before, I basically like to place these tiny pieces of cotton in between the rocks and the wood. Make sure it's really snug in there, really tightly. And then I take the liquid super glue and I just soak the entire cotton. I'm going to be quite generous with it. And in a few seconds the cotton and the glue is going to form a reaction which just bonds everything together and it's completely safe. Okay, I think I'm done gluing, but as you can see there's like these white pieces of cotton pad visible everywhere. Normally I wouldn't really bother about that, just cover it up with some moss or like in epiphyte like in Anubias for example. But in this case I want to make sure it's not visible anymore. So I'm just going to put a little bit more glue on the cotton. And I'm just going to sprinkle on a little bit of brownish sand. That covers it up nicely. Yeah, I'm using this Shoko sand from Wio, but you can use whatever you like. I've seen people use coffee grounds as well. Okay guys, I think we're ready to introduce the substrate. So I'm going to start in the background with the old Aquasoil. I'll then cover it with a fresh top layer. And then lastly we can do the cosmetic sand and gravel. And then I think we're done for today. Okay, so I've just added the old substrate. Next up I'm going to go in with some root tabs. I don't know exactly how much nutrients is left in that old substrate, so just going to boost it with some flourish tabs. I really like these because they're a tablet, they're not a capsule, so this stuff is definitely not going to float up to the surface. Also, it has pretty much all the nutrients that your plants need, so it's definitely going to give the substrate a bit of a boost. We're just going to sprinkle them on top, and then we cap everything with the fresh Aquasoil. Here we go, Aquasoil done. So now it's time for the final step.
Probably one of the most satisfying things of the entire hardscape building process. Adding in the sand.
Do have to say, guys, that there's something very satisfying about just a clean sand foreground. So I'm actually thinking of not adding in the gravel and just leaving it like this. What do you guys think? I like how it looks. From the side as well, like, it just looks very clean. And I always add some decorative gravel, you know? So maybe for a change we just don't do it. So today we're going to plant it, we're going to fill it up with water, install the filter, install the CO2, and I think that's it. We have got a lot of plants, guys. I got a new box of plants from my sponsor, Dennerle Plants. I have a big box here full of old plants. So before this tank was here, I had a AQUASCAPE line 90, so a 90 centimeter tank. That was a contest layout. So I took that down and I saved most of the plants. I had a lot of really nice bulbitis in there. This is Crypt Balancea, and then we have some really nice Anubias as well. So that's definitely what I want to use. And over here I have a small box. So Dennerle Plants didn't have everything that I wanted in stock, so I purchased a few more. So I think we should have enough plants. Now, not everything in this box is for the layout behind me. I'm also making a new layout in the studio, so I need to just separate the plants, I guess. Okay, I think I have everything here. So just to kind of give you guys an idea of what I'm going for here. I mean, in the foreground we can't really plant anything, it's just sand. I am still doubting about if I should kind of raise the sand a little bit towards where the lava rocks are. I could make the sand layer a little bit thicker and maybe plant like some really small cryptocoryons in there, so like Crypt Parva. I also have some Crypt Lutea Hobbit, so like really small crypts, just to add a little bit more detail. Not sure about that yet, but we'll see. Then on the lava rocks and the wood, I have two types of moss. I have Java moss and I have giant moss. And I also have a bunch of Nubias. Then higher up, of course, we have the bulbitis, and I also have some trident Java fern. And then we basically have just the substrate left. So all the way in the back, we're going to do the Crypt Balancea, and I also have some giant hairgrass or Eleocharis montevidensis. A little bit more in front of that, I have different types of Echinodorus. Yeah, so I have the Echinodorus red chameleon, and I also have the green chameleon. So these are not going to be massive, but they'll be good just in front of the Crypt Balancea. Also have some Laganandra mebolii red. Oh, and I also have this one, the Crypt Spiralis red. So this is a beautiful crypt. It grows not as tall as the Balancea, but like 30-40 centimeters high. So I'll just mix this in the background as well. Here we go, most of the plants prepared. We have two different types of mosses. Crypt Spiralis red, trident Java fern, Anubias. This one I'm very excited about, all the two different types of Echinodorus. Because I don't usually use Echinodorus because they're quite big plants, you know. I don't have that many big tanks, but yeah, very excited about this. The giant hairgrass, look how long it is. Very tall already, so it's immediately gonna lay on the water surface, which is super cool. So I think I'm gonna start with the Anubias and the moss. Look at these clumps, absolutely massive. It's so dense as well, it's almost hard to separate, so we might just have to use them whole. I don't know, that looks pretty good. So these of course need to be either glued or like wedged into crevices like that. I'm just gonna loosely spread them out first, see how it looks, and only if I'm 100% certain I will glue them down. Here we go, that's all the Anubias in. Quite a lot. Some of them probably need a little bit of a glue, but I'll do that later when I'm also adding in the bulbitis and the microzorum. Then I can just glue everything at once, you know. So let's move on to the moss. So like I said, we have two different types. This one over here, this one is the Java moss, and this one right here is the giant moss. They'll both look completely different once they start growing underwater. I'm just gonna tear up pieces, mix them up and just wedge them in all the
the lava rock gaps. So just a piece of Java moss. There's a nice gap here between the rock and the wood. So I'm just gonna gently push it in there. And especially the Java moss and the giant moss, they quite well adhere to hardscape as well. And not every moss kind of attaches very well, but Java moss and giant moss, they do. Here we go, moss done as well. So mostly in the lower parts of in between the rocks and the wood. I've also added a few tufts here and there. Be careful with that, because if it's so close to light, it can start growing really fast, and then it's not as low maintenance anymore. Yeah, with this I'm kind of just hoping that the moss will attach itself to the rocks, and then when it starts to grow too big, I can kind of just gently rip it off, you know, and then like small traces of moss will remain on the rock and then will start growing again. That way it should be nice and easy to maintain. Yeah, so basically just created like a little line of the echinodores. Then we can put the balancea behind it and some shorter plants a bit more in front of it. Got this gap right here all the way on the left side. I think that's a good spot for the Laganandra. You don't need that much light. It's a little bit of a shaded area because of the wood, but it should grow a little bit bigger and kind of until this size basically. Then the tissue culture Cryptospiralis red, I'm gonna mix that in with the echinodores as well. It is very slow growing, so it'll probably be a while before it reaches about 20-30 centimeters in height. Okay, so sort of in this middle line, I still have quite a lot of open space. I think I'm going to fill it up with some of the dwarf Sagittaria. So quite small right now, but they should grow also like 30-40 centimeters in height. So it'll just be some long grasses in between the echinodores and the Cryptospiralis red. And I also have some Vallisneria nana. So it's very similar to the Sagittaria, but the leaves are a little bit smaller, a little bit more narrow. So just be a mix of sizes. Okay, I think it's time to move on to the Bolbitis and the Java ferns. So just like the Anubias, I'm gonna start by just placing them in loosely, and then I'll take a step back, see how it looks, see if I like the position, and then I can always make some changes. Because once you start gluing, there's no turning back, you know. So I'm thinking the Java ferns, the Macrosoma trident, a little bit lower, and then the Bolbitis we can do a little bit higher on the wood structure. But that's just the idea. We have to see if it looks good or not. Bolbitis clump's absolutely massive as well. That's nice, we'll give an instant impact to the layout. Maybe just 3 clumps of Bolbitis, so one over there, and then another one sort of over there if I have a spot for it. I've got a nice small clump. I don't know, maybe just like over here. So I've just been sitting here for a couple of minutes, just kind of taking in the layout, taking in the tank and seeing if I'm happy with everything. And it just put a big smile on my face, like it's looking really good, I'm really happy with it. So for all the epiphytes, I've just put a little bit of gel super glue on the rhizome part. And then yeah, just find the best position. So something like this. And then just press it firmly against the hardscape. Hold it for 20 seconds or so. And then you can let it go. But if I can avoid using glue, I will always try that. So here we have a nice gap between the 2 rocks. So I can if I just push it in there, it should hold, it shouldn't go anywhere. And then within a few weeks, it will attach itself to the surrounding hardscape. So these are the last 2 plants. We have the Crypt Balancea. These have been in a bucket for more than a week, so they're not in the best condition anymore. I had to remove some leaves as well. And they all kind of started to curl up, which is funny. And then we have the giant hairgrass, so the Montevidensis. So I'm just going to mix these two, kind of in the left third of the tank, basically. I don't want to have a full curtain of those 2 plants, so I'll just stop here. Yeah, so mostly in the left corner over here. So this is all going to lay on the water surface, and I'll go in that direction. I think I'll put the outflow over here as well, so it's all
flowing that way. I think that will look the best. Well guys, I think we are officially done planting. Just gonna give everything a quick spray. Then we can start filling this one up with water. I have to say I'm a little bit nervous about filling it up because it's a big tank. It's a lot of water. It's very heavy as well, but yeah, should be good. So if you've been watching my saltwater beginner series, you will know that I recently upgraded my RO system. So I now have a much bigger system that produces a lot more reverse osmosis water. I mean, we need 300 liters of water. So with most RO systems, you would have to store it first. Otherwise, it's going to take forever to fill this up, But this one does about, I think, 3.6 liters per minute, I want to say. So it's still going to take a while, but yeah, we don't need to have any storage container for our water, So we have an inline TDS meter as well. So right now it's 0, so this is pure water that's going in here. And once the tank is filled up, I'll add some minerals back in, but more on that later. So it's now 10:1, so let's see how long it's going to take to fill up the entire aquarium. So while the tank is filling up, I'm working on the CO2 system and the filter. So the CO2 is now connected. We have a 2 kilogram cylinder, regulator. Then the tubing goes through the cabinet and comes out on the right side over here. Nicely done with some suction cups, so it just looks neat. CO2 diffuser. And I'm going to put the outflow on the opposite side over there. Then for the outflow, I'm going to use the Aquario NEO Flow. Quite like these. The only thing I don't really like is the clamp, the holder. And there's nothing bad about it, but I mean, on a tank of this size and this beautiful tank, I don't want to ruin it with those clamps, So I'm just going to use like normal suction cup, so it looks a little bit nicer. Got some clear hosing as well, so we can install that now. So in case you've never seen this before, you basically get 2 of these acrylic tubes. One you can use for the outflow, the other one for the inflow, or the other way around. So this is the intake, so you can attach it on the short end, you can attach it on the long end. Probably attach it here. So this will be my inflow, and then for the outflow I'm gonna attach it on this side. And then we can add a skimmer as well, so we don't have any surface scum. People always say, but then the surface scum is just gonna get blown into the tank. Yeah, that's true, but eventually it will get picked up by the filter. It's just a little bit more of a discreet option compared to like a large skimmer, like an EHAM skim, for example, There we go. That's the inflow, that's the outflow, done. Then normally you would attach it to the glass with these clamps, just like so, but I'm going to use the suction cups. Okay, 13:20, so we're half an hour in. I would say that's about a third of the way up now. And look what just showed up as well. A fully cycled Oase Biomaster 850. This was the filter that I had running on the previous setup as well. I kept it running on the bucket with plants and have some fish in there as well, so it's still fully cycled. Okay, so the filter is installed. The outflow is installed as well. And we have a decent water level. So I think we can actually start it. I think it's this one. Need to prime the filter a little bit. I chose this really clear filter tubing, but it's very flexible, almost a bit too flexible. So I need to make sure it's not gonna kink, There we go. That's what I'm talking about. It's a good amount of flow. We are 1 hour in. I would say that's about 65%. Yeah, something like that. A little bit more to go. Fast forward about 4 days later, I want to say. Tank is doing really good, but look what just arrived. Really nice package from Skylight. Yeah, tank is doing good. I mean, it's only been 4 days. I've just kind of like focused on dialing in the CO2, and I think we're good now because we have a nice lime green drop checker. Also already have a new leaf on the Echinodorus Chameleon Red. You can see the red leaf just in the back there. That's already a brand new leaf. Always surprises me how fast those Echinodorus start growing, you know? But yeah, let's have a look at this. I'm very excited. Here we go. So this is the brand new Skylight Focal. So previously on the 90cm display that I had over here, I was using the Skylight Hyperspot, which is kind of like their flagship light. It's very powerful, quite expensive as well. I think the Focal is a little bit more budget friendly. Still powerful though. So this is the F3XL120. Has 80 watts power and almost 7,500 lumens. So still a very powerful light. Okay, now let's see what this thing actually looks like. Here we go. It's very slim. It's only, what, 10 centimeters wide? And that looks good, I like that. Comes with two, I think these are the shades, just to kind of help with the glare, you know. So we'll put those to the side. I also really like that they add a transparent, you know, kind of transparent cable, you know. The cable from the Chihiros light is black, and you just, I don't know, it's just a bit of an eyesore. Then I guess it also depends on what color your wall is or the background. I mean, I have a white background, so the black cable really stands out. So we have the light itself, we have the two shades. I'm curious what's in these boxes. Probably just the power brick. Cable and hanging kit, but we don't need that, so that's good. We have a spare one. I still need these two things from the hanging kit though, because they go onto the side of the light over here. I don't know if people are still into ASMR these days, but here you go. So we got a really nice and smooth finish on the exterior of the light. Definitely made from high quality materials. And then over here we have a little logo, Skylight, and Focal. So I've attached those little side pieces, whatever you want to call it. And then you just attach them from underneath with little screws. So those are locked in place now. Here's a little view from underneath. It's kind of like a ribbed texture, which is something I've never seen before. And then you can see all the different modules. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, curious to give it a test. We should also see how we're gonna add those shades, see if we need to lock them in place with some screws. So there's another hole over here, there's a hole over here, so I'm guessing they have to be screwed like that. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Nice. I can already tell that it's looking very good. Oh yeah. I feel like we even have a bit of a shimmer going on actually. Nice. Yeah, we definitely have a shimmer. Look at the ceiling. That's quite cool. I didn't expect that. Okay, so let's see if we can set this one up. I'm gonna record my screen. Okay, so open up the Skylight app. And then I think it's that plus on the top screen. QR code, which I got right here. Connect to network. So the light already came with the schedule, but I've just removed it just so I can show you guys how to set up. It's actually quite simple. You basically just have to create little dots on my timeline, and then on those dots you can change the color, and you can also change the time. So I want a very, very simple photo period from 1 p.m. until 9 p.m. So let's do that. So the first dot is already set to 1 o'clock, so that's good. So then we just click on the plus button and we create a new dot. And for the new dot, I'm going to select 1:30, so I have a half an hour ramp up. 130. Here we go. And then we can also choose the color. So right now it's set to a very reddish orangey tone. I want something a little bit more neutral. I'm going to select the price cup. That's like the most neutral thing in my opinion. Then I want a roughly 7 or 8 hour photo period on full power. So I'm going to create another dot, plus button again. This one is going to be 830. Here we go. And let's do the same intensity, 50%. Same color as well. Here we go. So now you can already see on the timeline that we have a very simple schedule. Basically that's it. So keep in mind that this tank was designed to be a low maintenance layout. So I've chosen a lot of slow growing plants. So that's why even after 1 month, this tank still needs way more time to mature. We had some really good growth already. The ferns are doing well. You can see the Sagittaria is starting to grow. The long grass is starting to do well. But for example, the Amazon swords in the background, like they still need to grow a lot taller. The moss is doing really well, starting to spread out nicely on the rocks and everywhere. But yeah, I mean, this tank definitely needs at least 2 more months to look anywhere like how I imagined it. That's okay, I mean, we're not in a rush at all. Also, now that we're going to add in fish, we're also going to add in some more nutrients for the plants, so they'll probably start growing a bit faster as well. Also, I came back from my trip to Budapest yesterday, so the tank hasn't had a maintenance session yet. So you can see that the water has evaporated a little bit. We need to do a top up or a water change. The sand is a little bit dirty. The in outflow definitely needs to be cleaned. Yeah, that's fine. We can do a quick maintenance session, and after that we can go and get fish. So in the previous episode, I actually installed a new light above this tank. This is the Skylight Focal. I love the shimmer, but probably the best thing about it is that it's very easy on the eyes, especially in the evening. You know, when you're sitting on the couch, you're looking at the tank, it's not unpleasant to be staring into the light. I don't know how to do it, but it's very different compared to a Chihiros light, for example. So really, really happy with that. Also, I started from day one on 60% intensity. Then after 2 weeks, I went to 80%. And I'm now already running it on 100% intensity. But I think that's it in terms of the update. So I'm going to do a quick maintenance session, small water change, clean the sand, also clean it in and outflow, and then we can go to the store and pick up some fish. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to switch off the filter and the CO2. Then hopefully I can easily remove the lily pipes and clean them. Okay, lily pipes are soaking in some bleach, so I'm just going to do a small water change. There's quite a bit of poop from the Algexit and the mono shrimp on the sand, so I'm just going to try to siphon out as much out as possible. That's about as much water as I'm going to take out for the water change. Just like, I don't know, what is that, 10%? It's more than enough. So next up, we'll clean the glass. Now, normally I would keep the filter running during the water change and during the glass cleaning, just so I can still take up any, gunk that's in the water column. But because we're cleaning the lily pipes, I'm trying to do this as fast as possible. So normally I would keep the filter running. This time I don't. Okay, lily pipes are clean and installed again. Now we just need to fill the tank back up, as always with reverse osmosis water. So I'm just gonna open the valve. Here we go. Okay, almost done. Last, I'm just going to clean the outside of the glass with the SEACHEM aquarium cleaner. So just take paper towel, a little bit of the aquarium cleaner, and then just give everything a little wipe. Also kind of helps to protect the glass, and it takes longer for it to get dirty again, if that makes sense. So if you do spill some water on the glass again, it doesn't leave streaks, So Good stuff. All done. So I think that's it. Maintenance session completed. Tank is now really ready for some new fish. At the moment I have no idea yet what I'm gonna get. I do think I want a bit of a variety of fish, but let's just go to the store and see what they have available. So I'm at my local fish shop Hames. Maybe before we get to buying fish, let's do a quick update on the gallery, because I think many of you haven't seen it in a while. I've actually just finished recording some footage of this new shallow tank, so a video about that will be up soon. On this side we have the AQUASCAPE line 90, which is actually looking really good at the moment. The carpet is nice and vibrant green. I think they just added some root taps to, boost the substrate a little bit more, because we don't really use much liquid fertilizer on this tank. We have the nice Black Phantom TETRAS looking really good. Then the tank next to it is not looking that good. This one will be rescaped very soon. Not sure what happened over here, but we're just gonna make a new layout. Then the one next to it is new as well. I've basically tried to create a bit of a Brazilian style layout. So a video about this one will be up soon as well. And then the 2-meter one. This one has also changed a little bit. We used to have a glossostigma carpet, but it was really difficult to maintain, so we made some changes to the layout, but still looks really good, really nice and vibrant. So the latest addition to this 2-meter tanks were these red cherry tetras. Basically very similar to amber tetras, but then significantly bigger and also even more vibrant red. So I'm thinking of picking up a few of those 4120 as well. They're a little bit expensive, but I think they're definitely worth it. Quite like these Rasboras as well, but they don't have them in stock at the moment, so I want to choose something different. And then on this side we have the racking system with the new shallow tank and the 4 nano tanks. Initially we were planning on selling these the nano tanks and then kind of just make new ones and sell them again, but it just didn't really go as expected. Not many people were interested in buying a completely ready-made setup. So I'm thinking for this tank to go with a little bit more variety. Like in the past I would always just choose either 1 or 2 different types of schooling fish and then leave it at that. But I think in this tank I just want a bit more variety. Like last year I was in Japan at the ADA gallery and I noticed that in their tanks they have all kinds of different fish and it kind of looks good. So I've also been looking at these guys, the Nanostomus Pack 40. I think common name is just pencil fish. And I know that these guys have some really cool behavior, like the males will spar with each other. They also have them in a very expensive variety, 25 euros. This is the Nanostomus Amaya. We actually have a few of them over here in this display tank underneath the Chihiros light. You can see the color. Really beautiful. Now because I have quite a lot of sand in the foreground of the layout, I've already noticed that the sand is getting dirty quite fast, like fish poop will just kind of like stay there. So I'm thinking of adding some cories as well. Like the cories will kind of go through the sand and hopefully that way it will stay a bit cleaner. And actually over here they have a huge assortment of different cories. So we have Venezuelan cories. Over here we have the gold stripe. We have another one over here. Here we have the green stripe. We've got some more up here, over here, and in the back of this tank as well. Over here we have the smaller ones, so we have the Pygmaeus and the Habrosus. So yeah, as you can see, a huge variety of cories. I'm kind of drawn towards these guys over here. Corydoras Juli. So I think like a group of 10 of these would just look really nice in the 120. Okay, so let's say 10 Corydoras. Maybe also 10 of these guys, the red cherry tetras. 10 euros a piece. But like I said, I think they're definitely worth it. Now, I think in a tank of this size, I also want something like a centerpiece fish, like besides the tetras, besides the cories, something that just really stands out, like a dwarf cichlid, for example. So I've been looking around, but I haven't really found anything yet that I feel sure about. I do like these electric blue rams, but I don't really think they really fit in my layout. Same for the yellow ones. They have a bunch of different dwarf cichlids as well. I do like these Bolivian rams, they're also nice, but I've had them before. I've had Abysogrammas a lot in the past as well. These guys I haven't seen before. This is the Cranicara punctulatum. Interesting name. But I think they can grow up to 12 centimeters, so maybe a bit too big. was looking at angelfish as well, but I don't think I want to go that route. I've actually never kept normal cardinal tetras before. I've always went with the simulans, so these are the green neon tetras. Yeah, I've kept those a few times, but I've never kept the neon tetras and the cardinal tetras. I don't know, maybe just a group of these. Could be something. Right, I'm just gonna walk around a bit more, make my final decision, and then I'll see you guys back home. Back home again after a pretty successful shopping trip. Didn't get everything that I wanted, but this is a good place to start. We can always add more fish, you know? It's kind of hard to estimate like how much fish we need for a tank of this size. So we'll start with this. We can always add more later. Okay, so I've got 4 bags in total, 4 different types of fish. Let's open them up, show you guys what I got. Okay, bag number 1. I think you guys can already see. These are the red cherry tetras. So we got 10 of those. Bag number 2. These are the pencil fish. 10 of those as well. Then bag number 3, Corridoras. Already shown them in the store. These are the Corridoras Juli, I think that's how you pronounce it. Lastly, in bag number 4, we have 20 green neon tetras. So I was thinking about going for cardinal tetras because I never kept them before, but decided to still go for the green neons just because I think I like them a bit more. Also, the cardinal tetras have quite a lot of red in them. We already have the red cherry tetras. The pencil fish are quite red as well, and the blue neon tetras obviously have a bit more blue. So I thought be a nice, or a better contrast, if that makes sense. Yeah, so we're gonna start acclimating these guys, and then in like 30 minutes we can release them. Also, a tip for you guys: if you're going to the store to buy some new fish, I always recommend to just turn off the CO2, because all these fish come from tanks without CO2. So if you're adding them in a tank with CO2, it's just a bit harder to adapt, and yeah, you just need more time to acclimate them. So just turn off the CO2 for, I don't know, an hour or 2 hours before you add them in. It just helps, makes things easier. So it's been about half an hour, all done acclimating. Let's add these guys into their new home. Okay, so cherry tetras can go in first. Like I said, we have 10 of them. Honestly, no idea if we have males and females. We'll just have to see. Here we go. First fish in. So still a bit pale at the moment, but you guys have seen how they look at the 2-meter tank at Hames. I don't know if they will get as vividly colored because we don't have the same light, but yeah, we'll see. And we leave some amazing color in this tank. So we got 10 pencil fish as well. Yeah, so I think these pencil fish will kind of stay a little bit more in the upper region of the water column. The cherry tetras will probably stay a bit lower. And I also try to select fish, kind of make sure they have different body types, no? So the cherry tetras are very round almost. These are more elongated. So it's looking pretty good already. Then we have the Coris. Here we go. So it's been a while since I had a larger Cory species. I've had the small ones quite often, like the Pygmaeus, Astates, Abrosis. But these guys are significantly bigger. Really cool. One just chilling on top of the rock over there. So hopefully these guys will kind of just keep digging through the sand, and that way the sand will just stay a little bit more clean. That's what I'm hoping for. So you can already see, like on that side over there, there's some black speckles, which is basically just fish poop. So hopefully these guys will manage to get it all up into the water column, and then the filter can basically take it out. Okay, then the final bag, the 20 green neon tetras. These guys are a bit smaller than all the other fish, but again, contrast in size is good as well. I like how everybody's kind of staying separately as a group. So we have the pencil fish over here, cherry tetras in the left corner, and the green neon tetras are in the right corner. This is looking really good already. I love it. Definitely a nice bit of color going on. So the only thing that I didn't buy yet is a centerpiece fish, or something like a dwarf cichlid. I think I definitely want something like that in here. I do really love dwarf cichlids, but in terms of Piscogramma, they didn't really have a species that I never kept before or that I really like. They had different types of rams, but again, didn't really speak to me. Also, rams are very sensitive, so I want something that's a little bit more hardy, that will breed easily. Something like the African butterfly cichlids that I used to keep, but yeah, just something different, you know? So we'll just keep looking. Okay guys, here we are, now 3 months later, almost 3 months. I think we first added water on the 4th of September and today is 27th of November. So yeah, almost 3 months. Tank is doing really well. I'm really happy with how it's developed. Still some things to improve, but more on that later. Let's start with the biggest change or addition, I guess, is we have some new fish. Not necessarily new anymore. I've actually added these a month and a half ago, I think. Yeah, when we first added in the cherry tetras, the green neon tetras, the corridoras, and the pencilfish, I was missing a feature fish, sort of. So soon after that, I actually went to a different store and I found these really beautiful dwarf flag acaras or dwarf flag cichlids. And funny story, I've actually had these fish almost 7 or 8 years ago. I think it was 2018. So if you go to my channel, if you go all the way back to some of the first videos, there'll be some really low quality videos of these same fish. So I had them once before, and when I saw them, I just really want to get them again. They're such a beautiful fish. Really, for a cichlid, they're really chill as well. You know, they're really not aggressive. I actually have 10 of them in here, which is a lot for a 4-foot tank. They're still quite small. They need to grow a little bit bigger. I think they can grow up to 8 centimeters, which is like 3 inches. So they're still quite young. So the goal of this aquarium and this layout was to create something that's just very low maintenance. And that has definitely worked out. This tank is so easy to take care of, guys. Don't get me wrong, I still do maintenance once a week or sometimes even twice a week. But it's these really short and simple maintenance sessions. Usually it's just a small water change. So I'll have like a 20-liter bucket. So I'll siphon out 20 liters, which is, I don't know, not this much, very little. Then I just clean the glass. I'll siphon the sand because there's still a bunch of fish waste accumulating on the sand. And that's about it. I think once a month I'll clean it in an outflow and soak them in some bleach. But that's it. I don't need to do any trimming, you know. And usually with a planted tank, the trimming is like the most time-consuming part of maintenance. But I mean, all these plants are so slow growing. So yeah, they don't need to be trimmed. This tank also doesn't really get too much algae. There was a period, I think after about 2 months, where I was dosing a little bit too much liquid fertilizer. I basically just wanted to, you know, I wanted the plants to grow faster. I was just adding in more fertilizer, but it was kind of pointless. So instead I was just getting a bunch of black brush algae, especially on the giant hairgrass, because it's also directly in the flow, and plants that are directly in the flow usually get a little bit more black brush algae. So I just removed some of the giant hairgrass leaves. I was also getting some black brush algae on these front bits of driftwood. So I just spot treated that with some hydrogen peroxide. And right now it's pretty much all gone. Yeah, it's kind of a dilemma that I have sometimes with this tank. Like I said, I was
dosing more liquid fertilizer to increase the plant growth because yes, I want this tank to be low maintenance, and yes, I do want the plants to grow slowly, but I also wanted a little bit more volume, you know, especially in the background. I mean, the foreground looks good, you know, like the ferns, the anubias, the moss. I don't really need that much more volume in there, but especially in the background, I just wanted the plants to grow a little bit taller, a little bit more full, and that, I guess that just takes more time, you know. I have actually recently added some new plants in the background because I just wasn't really happy with how things were looking. I planted 2 types of echinodoras or Amazon swords in the background, but they've only grown to, I don't know, halfway up the tank, a little bit more than halfway, and I was expecting them to grow taller. So the final look of the tank is not really yet how I envisioned it. So I've added some different Amazon swords, and I've also added some Cypress half-free, just to add a bit more variety to the background and a bit more different textures and hopefully a bit more height and create a bit more volume. I'm also really happy with the light on this aquarium, the Skylight Focal. It's now running on 100% and it's not annoying, you know, like as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, for me it's really important, especially for an aquarium that sits in the living room, that it's not annoying to look at. And it's with the way that the light is designed and with the shades, like even at night, you know, when I'm sitting on the couch and I look at the tank, it's not blinding to me. So that's really happy with that. That was really important to me. So yeah, now running on 100% for basically 8 hours. Starts at 1 p.m, half an hour ramp up, and then it ramps down from 8:30 until 9 p.m. CO2 is on from 10 a.m. until 8 p.m. So the CO2 starts quite early. What's that? 11, 12, 1. Yeah, so 3 hours before the lights turn on, the CO2 starts. Liquid fertilizer is still SEACHEM Flourish. Quite a funny story. Because of the cabinet and the way the doors are designed, when you open them and they push the open doors, you get a little bit of a vibration. So every time I open the cabinet doors, the fish think that it's feeding time. So they always come up to the front. Actually, let's give them some food. So I recently went to Hungary, to Green Aqua. They gave me some of their food samples. So this is what I've been feeding. They love this stuff. Actually, that's the second time that I'm feeding them today because this morning I was shooting some B-roll for this video and I was also feeding them. So you guys are lucky today. Yeah, liquid fertilizer is still SEACHEM Flourish. And I'm dosing very little of this stuff. So like maybe once or twice a week I will add 2-3 pumps, something like that. So very little liquid fertilizer. I'm mostly just relying on the fish waste to provide nutrients to the plants, if that makes sense. Yeah, I just noticed when I started dosing more fertilizer more frequently, I was just getting more algae, you know. So and the plants were not really growing faster. So very little liquid fertilizer in here. The only thing that kind of bothers me a little bit is the background foil. I didn't really do a good job with attaching it. You still have all these sort of like just tiny marks on the background. Especially on the right side, it's very visible. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about it. Probably just going to leave it like this. I was thinking of getting a light background for this tank, you know, like an illuminated back panel. But I'm not sure if they make them for this size aquarium. It's a standard size, so they should make them, but light backgrounds are very expensive as well, so that's maybe something for later. I've also added a small nymphea in this section. You might be able to see some of the leaves. This is quite a rare plant. I think it's called Nymphea Peru Maldonado, something like that. I'll put the exact name on the screen. This was a gift from a store that I went to visit in Portugal, so it should turn really nice and red at some point, but I'm still waiting for that. Now, question for you guys, should I add more fish to this tank or not? I mean, we have quite a lot of fish in here already. I bought 10 of the cories, I bought 10 of the cherry tetras, 20 green neon tetras, and 10 pencilfish, and 10 dwarf flag acaras. So I think that's 60? Yeah, 60 fish in here. It's quite a lot already, but at the same time it doesn't feel too crowded. It doesn't feel full, you know? So sometimes I wonder if I should add something else. So yeah guys, this was it. The full build video, including the 3-month update on this aquarium. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. I know it was a long one. Let me know what you think of this aquarium. Let me know what you like about it. Let me know what you don't like about it. For now, this is it. Guys, thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
This is the 2 meter, 840 liter or 220 US gallons aquascape that I set up about 6 months ago in my local fish shop. And today in this video I'm going to show you guys the entire build process from start to finish. Okay, so it's a pretty big tank, it was a big project as well. So I split the videos up into several parts. So we first did the hardscape, then we did the planting, and I think there was a third video where we released the fish. But that was 3-4 months ago maybe. And since then I haven't actually showed you guys this tank. Of course it has developed beautifully. So in this video I've basically stitched all those episodes together. So it's one long build video. And yeah, sit back, relax. At the end we'll come back, do a bit of an update and see how the tank is looking right now. And we're gonna add some new fish as well, by the way. Okay guys, today is a very exciting day because we are working in the Heems gallery and we're gonna start setting up this 2 meter beast. Okay, so I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago that I made the previous video in here, which was kind of like an introduction. I told you guys where this studio is located, what the plan is for this project, how many tanks we have. Actually, since then, a lot of it has changed already. A lot of it has been done. This is my second day working here. Yesterday I did 2 scapes. Today I've just finished with the 120 and now we're working on the 2 meter tank. I'm going to give you guys a very quick preview of all the other tanks. Okay, so just a quick overview of the 3 tanks that are already done. This is the 120. This will be a angelfish tank with a lot of echinodoros. Then over here we have sort of like a river style. I'm thinking of using a lot of lotus plants in here, you know, like lily, stuff like that. And then over here we have a classic iwagumi. This is a request from the owners. Traditional iwagumi, you know, just a grass foreground basically. So those 3 tanks are all going to be individual complete build videos. So I'm filming everything from start to finish and they'll probably be released in 2-3 months, something like that. So you guys have to wait a little bit for that. This one, because it's such a big tank, it's a big project, I'm going to separate it into several parts. So today we're doing a hardscape, the next video will be planting, then adding the fish and then a final result. So like 4 videos just about this big tank. I think that's reasonable. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this amazing setup. So the tank itself is custom made. And it's actually made from float glass. So these days, you know, a lot of high-end aquascaping tanks are made from optic white glass. This is float glass, which is a little bit cheaper. I think there was a little bit of a communication error with the manufacturer of the tank. I think they wanted optic white, but kind of they forgot to mention it somewhere. That doesn't matter. Still a beautiful, beautiful tank. So it's measuring 2 meters from left to right. It's 70 centimeters front to back, so 70 centimeters in width. And the height is 60 centimeters. I think that comes down to a total of 840 liters. Okay, then the lights. I think in the last video they were not up yet. Right now they are hanging from the ceiling. Still need to be adjusted a little bit. They're not completely straight, but these are Chihiros Vivid 2s. This is the flagship light from Chihiros. Actually, every single tank in this little studio is lit by Chihiros lights. And every tank has a bit of a different model as well. So these are the most expensive ones. And as we go around the shop, they become a little bit cheaper. Chihiros Vivid 2s, 3 of them, super powerful. I think we'll be pretty much able to grow every single plant in this tank. Okay, let's see if I can show you guys what's happening below the tank. So it's sitting on an aluminum frame and then it's just covered by these magnetic doors sort of. So there's a lot of space here. We're going to put some very big filters. I think we'll use EHEIM 5 plus something. I'm not very familiar with EHEIM filters, but that will all come later. But just to show you guys what's happening underneath the tank. So that's the setup for now. I think once the tank is up and running and we have more equipment installed, we can always do another equipment video or something. Yeah, I think it's time to start working on the hardscape. First question is, what kind of materials am I going to use? So of course, because we are in a shop, we kind of want to show off as many different materials as possible. So in this tank we have the serious stone. Here we have the lava wood with the petrified wood stone. Then here I have the river wood with the darker pebbles. So in here I want to show off something different again, you know. Now I definitely want to use a combination of wood and rocks. And when it comes to the wood, we have this stuff, which is called corba root. Let me bring it a little bit closer to the camera. So these are just like really big root structures. Quite nice. But I think I want to use something else. We also have this stuff, it's called mangrove wood. I think this will probably release a lot of tannins, so also not my favorite option. Now what is my favorite option is spider wood. So here they have some medium-sized pieces. Over there, they have a massive one. Look at this piece. That's my hand. This thing is absolutely massive. I have a few of these really large pieces of spiderwood, so I think this would be my preferred option. Okay, so let's take this one with us to the gallery. Okay, so that's the one I just grabbed. I have another one over here. And one more over here. So maybe with these three pieces we can kind of make the main hardscape structure, and then we can always add smaller pieces of wood for details. I did a little bit of work off camera with the wood, and I think I have a pretty cool idea. Piece number one, piece number two, and they kind of lock together. Okay guys, so here's what I'm thinking. If we look at this tank over here, this is almost like a concave composition. So the left side and the right side will be heavily planted. The middle will be a little bit more open. Same thing over here, no? Big plants on left and right side. Center will be open, also because we have a nice sand path. So what if with this tank we keep the right side and the left side a little bit more open? Basically create like an island style composition. Have the center open as well, because we kind of created this little cave, gap, whatever you want to call it. Almost like another arch. Island style composition, you know, a lot of stem plants in the background. Yeah, a bit of a open foreground with crypts underneath the wood, Bolbitis, Java ferns on the wood as well. Yeah, that's the plan. Okay, I've talked to the owners, they approve as well, so let's put the plan in motion. First up, let's remove the cards. And in case anyone is curious, price tag for this piece of wood is 150 euros. So that's already 300 euros worth of hardscape in the tank. We only just got started. So I've moved both pieces a little bit further towards this side, so the opening in the center is now a little bit larger. Next step is going to be gluing. Both pieces are going to be glued to the bottom glass panel. Okay guys, both pieces of wood are now firmly in place. I'm gonna give it a few more minutes to fully cure, but it's already not moving anymore. We are going to, of course, add more pieces of wood, but I think now is a good idea to start adding in some substrate. When we have the substrate in, it's just easier to position other pieces of wood. So that's the next step. Okay, when it comes to soil, they have a lot of options to choose from. We have Dennerle, we have Oase, we have ADA, we have JBL, but I think the guys want me to use Chihiros soil. I do have a bag of crushed lava rock that's already open, which I've used in the other tanks, so I'll probably use this as well. Okay guys, let's see how many bags we are going to use. This is number one. Okay guys, we have got 9 bags of Aquasoil in here right now. I think that's quite a good amount. We might need a few more. But I'm now going to start adding in some more pieces of wood. I'm just going to keep the labels on for now because I'm not really sure if I'm going to use all of them. But see, between these two big branches there's quite a bit of open space. So we can add this one, for example. That could be nice. We've got a bit of empty space over here, so just some small pieces to make it look a little bit more interesting. And I want to kind of extend the hardscape towards the edge here, so another piece over here. Then in the background here is still very empty, so I'm going to add another piece. Yeah, I think this is starting to look pretty good already. I like where this is going. So I think all the pieces of wood that are in here right now I will definitely use. So I can remove all the labels, and then let's start adding in some rocks as well. And when it comes to rocks, we have a lot of options to choose from. So I've already used Serious Stone and Iwagumi, so I'm thinking of leaning towards something like lava. So we have the black lava here, We also have this stuff here, which is called Aquario dark rock. I think this could be also a nice option. Okay, I've just grabbed one of each. So we have the black lava rock and the dark Aquario rock. So this one is a little bit more grayish, and this one is like pure black. Okay, I've talked to the owners and I think we all agree that the black lava is the best option. Okay, so I've already started placing in some black lava rocks. It's starting to look pretty good already, but I'm now just going to take my time and kind of find the perfect position for each rock. Of course, that's super boring, so let's just fast forward to the end result. Okay guys, the hardscape is officially done. So I think the next step is to install the filters. Then we're going to fill up with water and do a little dark start as well. It is currently 9 o'clock in the morning. Today is a very exciting day because we're finally adding in the plants in this 2-meter aquarium at Hames. So it's been a little while since I made a video in this space, and if you've never seen it before, I'm in my local fish shop, Hames, and the guys have kind of built an aquascaping gallery. We started this project at the end of last year. It's now end of January, and things are finally starting to take shape. Now at the moment we have 4 big tanks in this gallery. We have the 2-meter beast, we have a custom-made 4-foot tank, we have an AQUASCAPE line 100 and an AQUASCAPE line 90. I've already posted the video about the AQUASCAPE line 90. And the other 2 are also already planted and they're almost ready. I just wanted them to grow in a little bit more, but they're looking really good. So I have 4 big tanks at the moment, but in the near future we'll probably add a few more. Now regular viewers of the channel will know that I posted a hardscape video of this tank a long time ago. I think it's been 2, maybe even 3 months. So why is this tank only just now getting planted? Well, that is because we actually had some issues with the tank. Maybe you've already noticed it, but this is actually a new tank with optic white glass and thicker glass as well. The previous tank was made from float glass, and I think it was 12 mil. This is actually 15 millimeter glass. So we had some issues with the silicone. We were not really happy that it was just float glass, so we decided to replace the tank and build a slightly better looking tank, I guess. So this is the 4-foot tank. I'm not going to show you too much because the video is coming soon, but here you can see that this tank is made from float glass. So there's a bit of a green tint to the glass. You can kind of see that in the layout as well. But if you move over to this one, so this is optic white glass, so it's a bit more bluish, and yeah, it just gives a much clearer end result. Now, if we look at the hardscape, I think it's a little bit different from the first time I made it. I mean, I've used exactly the same wood, the same rocks, but I think the end result is just a little bit different. Doesn't matter though, today it's getting planted. Now it's also a good time to show you guys what's under the hood of this beast. So we have 2 EHEIM filters. These are both the sort of like the thermal version with the built-in heater, which is currently set to 22 degrees Celsius. And then in the center we have a Chihiros CO2 system, which is connected to an inline reactor. So it's actually quite simple. So the outflow from the filter is going through that reactor, and then the CO2 is added as well. So in that chamber, the CO2 and the water is mixed, and then it comes out of the outflow, and then it's basically invisible. Then for the plants, we have absolutely loads of them. So here at Hames, they use 2 wholesalers for plants. So the first one is a Dutch one, it's called Moorings. So I've ordered a lot of potted plants from them. And then they also use Tropica. Tropica has a really nice collection of tissue cultures. So mostly tissue cultures from Tropica and then pots from Moorings. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of work to prepare all these plants, but I'm super excited. So the plan is to prepare all those plants. Then after that, I'm going to drain the tank completely, plant it, and then slowly fill it back up. That should be the end of the day. Okay, we have started planting. I've got some help as well. Mr. Leon here, he's working on the carpet, so which is Glossostigma. So this is quite a demanding carpeting plant. Definitely needs strong light and CO2, but we have that, so it shouldn't be an issue. I'm going to start working on some of the details.
So around the rocks I want some Staudogani repins, some Hygrophila araguaia, and some crypts as well.
Okay, we are making good progress. So the carpet with Glossostigma is almost done. And then like in between the rocks and the wood I've planted some S-repens, Hygrophila araguaia, and a little bit further back also different types of crypts. You can see here on the side as well. I've added 3 pots of this Laganandra miboldii, which will be very vibrant red. And I think now I'm going to start working on some epiphytes on the wood. So I have some Anubias, some Java ferns, and some Bolbitis. So I've got some really nice small Anubias. This is the Nana Petite. So I'm just going to find some gaps in between the rocks and the wood. And maybe I'll use some glue, but I'll try to do it without. See, this is a perfect spot. We have a rock, we have some wood. There's a little gap in between there, so we can just literally just wedge it in and we don't even need glue. Here in the right hand corner we still have quite a lot of empty space. I'm going to fill that in with the Eliogaris aticularis because I want to keep the corners of this aquarium a little bit lower. I want to kind of create a bit of an a dome shape. So we started in the corner with the Hagras. Now we're moving on to something a little bit taller. We're going to use the Rotala green, really nice stem plant, easy to trim in the shape as well. Now it's time to add in a little bit of color. We're going to start planting the Ludwigia palustris super red. So we had a nice green stem plant, now I'm going to use a red one. Okay, Leon is now planting the last stem plant. This is the Rotala Bossi, never used one before. So I'm very curious how this one is going to develop. And I think after the background is pretty much done, so we can move on to the ferns on the wood. We have Microzorum, we have Bolbitis, actually 2 types of Microzorum. Okay, so we've got the Java fern narrow leaf, which doesn't look very narrow at the moment, but I think this one will transform a bit once it's adjusted to these submerged conditions. And then we also have the Trident Java fern, which we all know. So let's see which one we place where. So I'm just going to start by placing these Java ferns in. I'm not going to glue anything yet. Just kind of want to find the best position, you know, like something that looks good. And then once they're all in, I'll take a step back, see how it's looking. And only once I'm 100% satisfied, I'll start gluing everything. Okay guys, we are officially done planting. It is now 3:15, so we started at 9 o'clock, so it's definitely been a long day already, but things are looking very good. I forgot to show this on camera, but behind, sort of like behind both islands, there's also some red lotus. Hopefully that will grow up to the surface, then we'll have some nice, sort of like lily pads on the water surface, you know. Okay guys, the tank is now full and I think it looks amazing already. I think this is the best project I've ever done so far in my aquascaping career. Only thing we must do now is to see if the wood is not going to float up, so I'm going to carefully remove the rocks. It has been exactly a week since this tank was planted, and I wanted to come back today just to see how things are going. Look at this, guys. This is the view when you enter the store. Let me zoom right in. That's looking pretty good. So I wasn't really sure what to expect coming in today. Like, is it going to be good? Is it going to be bad? Are we going to have a lot of plant growth or a lot of plant melt? But I am very happy to see that things are going very well. Look at the carpet, guys. The glossostigma is already starting to grow horizontally. So that's actually a very good sign. It means that the lighting levels are perfect. It means CO2 is perfect. So I am very happy with that. Also already seeing new growth on the Hygrophila araguaia. I'm seeing new growth on the star organic repens. A little bit of melt on the crypt over there, but that's totally fine. Look at the Ludwigia substrate. Already has an amazing red color. The Hygrophila behind it is growing really well. Oh, we did add an extra CO2 diffuser over here. The one CO2 reactor that we have on the left side, just not enough. So we'll probably add a second one, but for now we just have a normal in-tank diffuser over here. So it's currently 10:30 in the morning and the lights have been on for about an hour, but we already have a very nice and green drop checker. So the CO2 is perfect at the moment. Now we do still have a little bit of fungus on the wood. We're also starting to get a little bit of algae on the lava rocks over here as well. So we're actually going to add the first fish. We're going to start with the cleanup crew. I think we have 30 autosinklers going in here soon. We have got absolutely loads of autosinklers in here. So I think we're going to take about 30 of them and then add them to the 2 meter. In the meantime, I'm going to do a little side project. In the 9TP, we have the Galaxy Rasboras, but kind of as expected, these are not the best option for this aquarium because they're constantly hiding. Also they just don't really stand out in the Iwagumi, you know? So we're going to take these guys out, or we're going to try to take these guys out, and then we're going to add something else to the Iwagumi. So we've managed to catch all the galaxies. We actually moved them to the tank next to it. So now we're going to figure out what we're going to replace it with. So we were looking at either the black neon TETRAS or these guys over here. Not sure what the English name is. In Dutch it's Zwarte Fantoomzalm. I think these could look really cool in there. The guys gave me permission to catch them myself. I didn't really count them, but I think we have about 20-25 of them in here. Okay, so now I'm going to try and attempt to catch 30 autosinklers. So with these guys, I'm going to take a little bit of time to acclimate them because they came from a tank without CO2, and in here we have a lot of CO2, so they need to slowly adjust to that. So I thought I had a good spot there in between the branches, but it actually just tipped over, and I think 5 or 6 of them already escaped. So we're just gonna let the rest go as well. Guys, today is a very exciting day because we are going to add fish to the 2 meter aquarium at Hames. I've ordered roughly 100 fish in total, so soon this tank is going to be full of life. So the fish just came in from the wholesaler, but before we add them, let's do a quick update on the tank and just talk about how things are going and how the plants are doing. I'm not sure if the camera is picking it up, but in real life it looks a little bit cloudy, but I think the water is actually crystal clear. We just have a really thin layer of green dust algae on the glass. It's completely normal, you know. This tank is now, it's been 14 days since planting, so completely normal to have a little bit of algae on the glass. So I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to clean the glass with an algae scraper, but before I do that, I'm actually going to turn off the CO2. All the fish that are going in here are of course not used to CO2, so I'm just going to turn it off for now to make the whole acclimation process easier. Okay, glass is clean, so let's do a quick update. I mean, like I said, it's been 14 days since this tank was planted, and I mean, we almost have a full carpet already. It's insane. The glossostigma really took off. Stem plants are growing like crazy as well. You can see the Hygrophila polysperma on both sides already growing super tall. The Ludovicia supered's doing good. Easier to show you from the side. So Hygrophila polysperma, Ludovicia supered, both of them are doing really good. Also the hair grass over here, lots of new growth. Yeah, things are going well. So last time I was here was a week ago, and then we had a little bit of diatom algae on some of the lava rocks. We still had some little bit of mold on the wood as well. But yeah, if you saw that video, we added I think 20 autosynclus, and they've been cleaning like crazy. Like mostly diatoms are gone, all the fungus on the wood is almost gone as well. So I mean, this tank is developing really well. Okay, enough of that. Let's talk about the fish and the main reason why everybody clicked on this video. So the last video I made about this tank asked you guys what kind of fish you'd like to see. And I think 80% of the comments was either Congo tetras or rainbow fish. Sorry guys, I have to disappoint you guys. There's no Congo tetras near. There's also no rainbow fish in here. This might sound silly, but in my opinion, this tank is actually still a little bit too small for Congo tetras and rainbow fish. Some of you guys will know that I've been to Japan last year, and there I saw Congo tetras and rainbow fish in much bigger tanks, like 4, 5, 6, 7 meters. And they look great in there. And this tank, 2 meters, I mean, fully grown Congo tetras and fully grown rainbow fish still can get really big, you know? So I went with something a little bit smaller. I'm not going to keep you waiting any longer. Let's add in some fish. I've already been acclimating everything. Everything's ready to go. So let's start with the first bag. I have a bucket here with a net, so I'm going to pour all the water into the net, and then we can release the fish into the water. Okay guys, are we ready? First fish going in. A nice group of cherry barbs. I think these are going to look amazing underneath the Chihiros lights. Come on guys. I think we have about 20 of them. I've never kept cherry barbs myself, so I'm super excited to see them. That's so cool. A nice splash of red, which we definitely need, because at the moment the tank is still very green. Some of the red plants still need to come through a bit more, but these red cherry barbs are amazing. Okay guys, next up we have a group of rasboras. They were actually quite new to me. These are red-tailed rasboras. I saw these in the shop last week. Thought these could be a nice addition. So these guys are super pale at the moment. I mean, they're also not the most colorful fish, but they should get a really nice red tail. Here they are, Rasbora borapatensis. Yeah, I mean, they're not super colorful in this tank either. But they've got like a really nice fluorescent stripe across their body. And then you can, if you look closely, you can already see a little bit of red on there, where the tail starts basically, you know? Okay, moving on to another fish that I'm very excited about and never kept before. I think we have 10 pandagaras. So these are like a type of algae eating fish. So this is quite a popular fish, and I always see them in the shops, but they grow quite big, like 7, 8, 9 centimeters. And since I have mostly nano tanks, you know, I can't really keep these guys, so it's cool to see them in here. The cherry barbs are starting to show their colors already, as well as the red-tailed rasboras. Starting to look really good already. Okay guys, now we're moving on to the fish that I'm the most excited about. We have, I think, 30 diamond tetras. I think these will actually be the biggest fish in this tank. Of course, super pale as well at the moment. But if you know diamond tetras, then you know these are going to look absolutely amazing. I saw some diamond tetras in the ADA gallery, so I should have some footage which I will overlay. This is starting to look really good, guys. Okay guys, fast forward, it has been 12 days since we added in a fish, and I was really hoping that today we could add in the final fish because I'm still waiting on some dwarf cichlids. But it seems like it's not going to happen because I ordered some German blue rams, and unfortunately they came in and they had a few spots of ick, so they're not super healthy. So we don't want to add them in here and maybe potentially make the other fish sick as well. So they're currently going through a treatment and then we will add them probably in a week or so. Well guys, look at this tank, this is insane. It hasn't even been a full month since this tank was planted and we already have a full carpet of Colossostigma. I'm actually thinking of giving it a bit of a trimming session today. Also, I think the stems in the background, the Hygrophila polysperma, has already been trimmed once by our maintenance guy. So yeah, this tank is flying. Oh, all the fish have started coloring up as well. Look at these diamond tetras. They're so beautiful. Red tail boas looking good as well. The panda gars have colored up nicely. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this tank is developing. Also a little teaser of upcoming projects. We just had this shelving unit custom made and delivered. So on here we're thinking of adding one big shallow tank, either on the middle section or on the top section. And then the other one is going to have some nano aquascapes. So some small 20, 30, maybe even 40 liter nano aquascape that I'll be scaping. And then people can come in and purchase them like ready-made, you know, like plug-and-play aquascapes. So that'll be coming soon. Yeah, so I'm thinking of trimming the carpet because it's a little bit wavy, you know. I want it to be really nice and tight and completely straight carpet. So I'm gonna give it a first trim, and I might also trim some of the moss. You can see that the Java moss, especially over here, could definitely use a trimming session as well. Okay, it is now 12:20. Let's see how long this is gonna take. It is now almost 1 o'clock, so about 30 minutes to trim the entire carpet. And that was the easy part though, because now we have to remove all the trimmings from the water surface. I think that's going to take another half an hour at least. Okay, back to today. So I just checked and this tank was planted on the 31st of January and today it's the 19th of June. So that's exactly 139 days. And I mean, guys, I love how this tank developed. It's exactly how I envisioned it. Kind of two big islands with plants, really nice carpet and a nice sort of like tunnel in the center, I guess. So I want to give a big shout out to the maintenance guy, Leon, because he's been taking care of this tank. You know, I come in once in a while to shoot some clips. I'll maybe help out a little bit with cleaning and trimming, but he's been doing all the hard work. And it's not easy, especially with the Colossostigma carpet. Like this carpet has to be trimmed at least once a month, sometimes even twice a month. And that takes almost 2 hours, I think. So yeah, big shout out to the maintenance team. So I came in roughly 2 weeks ago, just kind of so you know if the tank was ready for an update, ready for some cinematic shots. And I kind of felt like the tank was still a bit empty, like we could definitely add some more fish in here. We have the red-tailed boas, we have the diamond tetras. We lost a few of the diamond tetras, unfortunately. They were just not in the best shape, not the best condition. We still have the cherry barbs, but it still kind of feels a little bit empty somehow. So I kind of had a look at what they had available, and they actually just got these guys in, the Ifasobricon species Mosel Red Cherry. And these are like
a bigger version of the very popular Amber Tetras, but I think these will be really nice in there, especially underneath the Chihiros lights, you know, like here and there in the sales tank, the light is not the best. So I've actually ordered, I think 30 of them.
Yeah, I think we have about 30 of them. Got them in the bag right here. They've already been temperature acclimated, so let's release them. That's so cool, and the color is already insane. They've just been released, so we'll come back in, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. I think they're going to be completely different. Actually, this is the best part, you know, when they've just been released and they all stick together as a group. It just looks so good. With some cherry barbs mixed in as well. Probably one of my favorite things about this tank is the top-down view. It just looks so good, especially with the lotus leaves and the Aquasoil. It took a while for them to start growing because all the stem plants, you know, they were growing a lot faster, so they were constantly shaded out basically. But now we have some beautiful lotus leaves. They're massive as well, like bigger than my hand. And the Aquasoil is the long grassy type plant, the curvy leaves. Actually, the red-tailed rasboras, so these guys in the center, turned out to be a really good schooling fish. Like, they really stayed together as a group, but they're really peaceful. Like sometimes with rummy nose tetras, for example, they also stay together as a group, but they kind of have that ADHD behavior where they're constantly going back and forth, which is nice, but I don't know, after a while I kind of get sick of it a little bit, you know, like you want a little bit more peace and quietness. These guys are just really chill. It's been like 5 minutes and they're already looking a lot better. Yeah, I kind of feel like they're just a larger and a more redder version of the very popular Amber Tetras, you know. I think they will still get a bit bigger as well, so really nice fish. I would definitely like to get some of them for myself, but I just don't have space at the moment. Also because they're, you know, relatively new, they're still a bit rare. The price is high as well, so I think right now they're 10 euros a piece. So yeah, for you know, a group of 30, it's an expensive fish, but really beautiful. So yeah, guys, I think that's it. Definitely the biggest and the best project I've ever done. I'm really happy with how this turned out, and I'm very grateful for the owners that they've allowed me to set this tank up. You know, like this has been such an amazing experience to be part of this. So yeah, I think that's the end of the video. Guys, thanks for watching. As always, see you in the next one. Whew. I'm tired. It is finally here, guys. My brand new custom-made big shallow aquarium. Wow, this is looking pretty good, guys. So this shallow tank was actually custom-made by Rio. Right, so the story of the shallow aquarium actually starts at the beginning of this year. I was traveling to go see my family. They live quite far away, so it's always a long train journey. So whenever I'm going there, I always do a Q&A on Instagram. Just kind of kill some time and, you know, answer some questions. So somebody asked me like, hey Mark, when are you going to do another big shallow aquarium? And I replied with, well, I would love to do another big shallow, but I'm looking for one with dimensions that fit on an IKEA Besta cabinet. So 120 by 40. And I haven't found it yet. So I posted that, and almost immediately I got a reply from Rio saying like, hey Mark, if you want, we can actually custom make that for you. Now the previous shallow tank that I had a couple years ago, that one was actually also from Rio. So I knew that they had shallow tanks. I didn't know that they could also custom make them. So we talked a little bit back and forth. I told them like, these are these dimensions I want. They said, no problem. And 2-3 months later, here we are. So this one is measuring 120 centimeters from left to right. It's 40 centimeters front to back, and the height is 25. So it's a little bit smaller than the old one. That one was 120 by 50 by 30. So this one is a little bit smaller, but I actually really like the dimensions of this one. So basically this whole project is sponsored by Rio. They've actually sent me a bunch of other stuff as well. So let's see what's in these boxes. So Rio does a lot of these hardscape kits with rocks and boulders and gravels and stuff like that. I think this one is actually brand new, because this is a reju boulder. I mean, we all know the classic Sirius stone. I think this is the same stone, but then in a boulder instead of a normal rock, you know? Oof. Whoa. Look at this, guys. That's looking very interesting. Let me give it a quick dip underwater. Man, look at this. So this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the same rock as normal, you know, mini landscape stone, Sirius stone, but then in a round boulder format. Wow. So we have got an entire box full of these reju boulders. This one has a lot more white on it. This is looking pretty good, guys. Ooh, I haven't seen this before. We have a scape glue kit. So there seems to be some liquid super glue and some sort of a bonding material. And they have them in, see, the bonding material has different colors. So you can really make sure it blends in with your hardscape, you know? That's good. And then we also have plant glue with gloves. That's perfect. Wow. We basically have two XXL reju boulders. These are beautiful. So big shout out to Rio for sponsoring the tank and the hardscape for this project. Very grateful. I'll make sure to leave the Rio website in the video description. For now, let's get to work. Let's get started. So just for my own peace of mind, I'm going to do a quick leak test. You know, it's quite a big tank. It's quite a lot of water. And if there's any issues, I'd rather find out now than, you know, after there's a ton of hardscape and substrate in the tank. Now, while the tank is filling up, we can quickly go over the rest of the setup in case you haven't seen last week's video. So the tank is from Rio, light is from Chihiros. This is the WRGB2 Slim. I've hung this from the ceiling. It was a little DIY project, but worked out well. Then for filtration, I'm going to use the Oase Biomaster 250 thermo. I've added some SEACHEM matrix in there, and I've also added some SEACHEM PURIGEN to help with water clarity. And then the cabinet is obviously from IKEA. This is the Besta series. Some people are a little bit worried about the strength of the cabinet, if it's strong enough to hold a shallow tank. I think it will be fine. I haven't reinforced it. There is a fifth leg in the center to support the center. I think it will be okay because it's a shallow tank. I'm not going to fill it all the way to the top. So I think the total volume will not even be 100 liters. And before that, I actually had 3 tanks on top of this cabinet with, there was 2 35 centimeter cubes and a vase in the center. I think there was also a total volume of like 100 liters. Also over here, same cabinet, 2 tanks. These are 55 liter Scaper tanks from Dennerle. Also more than 100 liters of water, and this is absolutely fine. Also now with the shallow tank, like the weight is very evenly distributed, so I think it will be fine. So it's the next day. Decided to do the leak test for a full 24 hours because why not? You know, we're not in a rush. Rather wait a little bit longer. But everything's fine, so we can start draining the tank. Then we can start on the hardscape. Okay, the tank is drained again, so we are now ready to start scaping. So the plan for this shallow tank is to make a river/pond style aquascape. So I want to have, you know, we're going to use all those beautiful boulders. I want to have a little bit of an immersed section over here with some grassy plants taking out the water. And then it's going to slope down towards the right. And the right side is going to remain quite open because I want to be able to view the aquascape from this side as well. So here just a really thin layer of sand, maybe a few plants or some mosses here and there, but that's it. So we've got loads of those boulders, have some really nice pieces of river wood as well. So that's going to be the main hardscape components. So in order to build up some height in this corner, I've actually filled some media bags with Aquasoil. So they're going to go in first, and then we also have basically like a little cushion for the rocks to sit on, you know? Especially that XXL boulder, I don't want it sitting directly on the glass, so this is perfect. Now to be honest with you, at this point I kind of have a plan, but I don't really know yet how it's all going to come together. So for me, the best way is just to get started with putting hardscape in the tank, and then I can kind of start to visualize it, and then hopefully it will all come together. So right now I just really want to see how this XXL boulder looks in this tank. So that's step number one. I have loads of these small pebbles, so I'm just gonna slowly start working them in as well. And now we can start adding in some wood as well. See, that looks pretty cool already. Then we could add this piece, I don't know, maybe like all the way in the back, or a little bit together with this massive boulder. That looks pretty good also. Man, these rocks are nice, they just kind of escape itself. I think this hardscape is going to come together quite quickly. How about this, guys? How does this look? Oh, could see it's just this entire branch covered in moss. So this is what we got so far. And I have to say, quite like it a lot already. So this little area over here, and also a little bit here. That could be the immersed section, you know, with some grass growing out the water and some other plants growing out. And I don't want to have more space like that, so maybe stop some over here. So I've just laid this piece a little bit more flat. Now there's actually quite a nice flow between the two pieces. But then another thought I had is that at the moment we just have the one rock sticking out of the water. Maybe that's a little bit unnatural. Maybe we need to have at least two rocks sticking out of the water. So we could add another boulder on top. So we're making good progress. Really like where this is going. At the moment I do have a little bit of doubts about this main stone over here. I almost feel like it's sticking out a bit too much, no? It's a little bit too straight as well. So I want to see if I can change that a little bit. But the rest of the layout, I really like it so far. So I think this might be better. It's nicely at an angle. Most of it is actually underwater, yeah. Just a little bit sticking out. Okay guys, I think this is the main hardscape structure done. Really like how it looks. Definitely happier with the rock sitting much lower. I still have the nice curve over here with the wood. So yeah, I'm happy with it. Now I do want to have a sort of like a barrier between the background and the foreground. And in the background I do want to pour in some Aquasoil. So we need to make sure that the barrier is sort of really closed and no Aquasoil can start rolling to the foreground. And I think I'm going to do that with this black sponge. It's just filter sponge that I have left over from, I think, one of my reef tanks. So I can just sort of like wedge that in here. And then I can just fill this entire area with Aquasoil without having the Aquasoil rolling forward, you know. I'm also going to fill in the gaps with some of this Reju gravel from Rio. It's exactly the same stuff, but just in a much smaller grain size, I guess. But I do need to save some of it for later when we're going to add in the sand. I want to place this on top of the sand as well. So the barrier kind of starts over there, just behind a piece of wood. And then it goes down over there. And then it basically stops behind that rock over there. So now we can fill in this entire space here with Aquasoil. I also made too many of those soil bags, so we can just dump them again. Here we go, that's all the Aquasoil done. So quite a high layer over here, you know, and then it slopes down towards the right. So over here we can have plants that want to be fully out of water, and then yeah, we can just transition to plants that can be half in and half out of the water. Starting to look really good. Next up, I want to spray the rocks because I'm really curious to see how the rocks look when they're all wet. You know, they'll be a lot darker, and I think it's just going to make the whole aquascape look very different. So. Oh yes, very different. That's a huge difference as well. You can still kind of see a lighter side here on the big rock. That's it's a lot darker, but I love it. Looks really good. So I think we're ready to pour in the sand. I'm just gonna dry the glass so you guys can see properly. And then for the sand, I'm gonna use the riverbed reju, which is I think heaven sand, and also mixed with some smaller chunks of reju, Ryu, I don't know. So over here there's got a lot of gaps between all these bigger pebbles and boulders. You definitely want to fill it up with sand, because if you don't fill it up, it's just gonna get you're just gonna get a bunch of waste organics and detritus in there, you know. So just fill it all up with sand. Here we go, guys. Sand done as well, and that is looking very natural in my opinion. I love it. The only thing that I still need to do is to glue these 3 pieces of wood to the rocks. This one has a rock on top, so it might not move, but I don't want to take any chances. This one could definitely float, and this one is also a bit loose. I'm gonna try the new AQUASCAPE glue kit. This is the gray one. They come in different colors, so the gray kind of matches with the rocks, so then you know your glue parts will not be too visible. So you get liquid super glue. This is 30 milliliters, quite a lot. You get a little nozzle as well to go on top for your, you know, precision work. Some black gloves, and then this sort of like bonding material. Okay, let's do this. So we can start with an easy one over here. So I'm just gonna fill the gap with some of the bonding material, and then we just saturate that with the super glue. Okay, I think that's it. Everything is stuck together. So AQUASCAPE's glue kit approved. So we have got absolutely loads of plants. I'll talk you a little bit through the plan that I have in mind. So for the foreground, in the sand, I want some Hemianthus cuba and Griparva. I also ordered this plant right here. I think this is actually a pond plant. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. I actually want to go later, or probably tomorrow, to the garden center and pick up some more pond plants, because Dennerle plants doesn't have pond plants. But I definitely want to have some tall grasses in the background, in the back left corner. Also got some Taxiphyllum barberi, aka Java moss. I want to have some Java moss on the pieces of wood. Also have some Blixa japonica. This will go in the background, but more towards the right, where the plants are not going to grow out of the water. I have some Pogostemon deccanensis. This one I would like to grow out of water, because you can get some really cool flowers from it. Okay, I'm going to get the most difficult job out of the way first, and that is wrapping the wood with moss. I have some Java moss, and I have this ADA moss cotton. So this thread actually dissolves after 3 to 4 weeks, and by that time the moss should be fully attached to the wood. And the reason this is the most difficult is because the wood is already glued to the hardscape, and I don't really have free access to it anymore, you know. But we should be able to make it work. You can of course glue the moss as well, but with gluing you always leave a mark, and this looks a little bit more natural in my opinion. So I'm just going to start by tying the thread to the wood, so it's already attached, and then I'm just going to lay out some of this Java moss on the top of the wood. I don't want to wrap it all the way around, just on the top. I think that is the most natural as well. Now I'm just going to gently wrap it. Here we go, that's the first one done. Looks a little bit weird right now, but in 2-3 weeks this will look very natural. I've actually done the same over here on these branches. As you can see, the end result is quite nice. Looks really good. Okay, done wrapping the moss. So I did this branch, I did this one over here, and on this one I kind of just wedged it into the gaps because it was kind of hard to wrap it with the thread. Next up I'm going to do this part over here, but I'm going to use a different moss. And as you can see, I've wrapped the wood with some sort of tape. This is called TETRAS tape. It's a product from Dua. So this stuff really holds water because this piece of wood is quite exposed. It's not really in the water. And I want it to be nice and moist for the moss. So I'm going to use a different moss for that. This is the Amblistegium serpens. I don't think I've used this before, but I think it looked quite cool. So I want to see how it looks on top of this piece of wood. I'm not going to bother wrapping it. This was a tissue culture, so I'm literally just going to place it on top of it like that. And hopefully that will start growing. Okay, let's see. Hopefully it works, and if it doesn't work, I will just place it with Java moss or something else. So now we can start planting the foreground. So first up, some crypt parva. That looks so good already. It's nice vibrant green against these grey boulders. Really nice spot here in the shadow as well. Perfect for some crypts. I'm actually going to squeeze some of this Hemianthus cuba in between the rocks here as well. So the roots will not really have access to substrate or nutrients, but they will get the nutrients from the water column. So of course the Hemianthus cuba is quite a difficult plant, but I feel like as long as it has strong light and CO2, it grows pretty much everywhere, even without substrate. Next up, I also have a little bit of dwarf hairgrass. I don't want to plant too much of this stuff because it can be, it can start growing everywhere. So just little plugs of it here and there. And also I'm just planting it in the sand. So if I do need to remove it, it's quite easy and I don't have to worry about sand and soil mixing, for example. So just little plugs here and there. And then hopefully I can keep it in check. Also shouldn't forget about the front area here. And the sand is very thin here, so it's a bit difficult to plant, but it is possible. So it's starting to look pretty good already. Let's give everything a quick spray. I think we can start moving on to the background area there. So in this section over here, I really want some Blixa japonica. So this plant is not going to grow out of water, but it's kind of a transition towards the immersed section. A little bit more Blixa over here, kind of as a first plant behind these big rocks. Okay, then behind this rock, I'm going to plant the Pogestemon decanensis. So this one is a bit of an experiment. It can grow out of water if it wants to. It doesn't necessarily have to. The layout will still look good if it just stays submerged. I have quite a lot of this stuff, and I'm also going to plant a little bit more on the far left. And over there, it will definitely grow immersed. Yeah, this plant is just really cool because if it starts flowering, it's going to look amazing. Then the same goes for this plant over here. This is a water sprite. Same thing, if it wants to grow out of water, cool. If it's not working, no big deal. This could actually be used as a floating plant as well. It just kind of just grows everywhere. Then we have a little section over here underneath the wood where it's quite shaded. And here I'm going to plant some Helantium. So this is also not going to grow out of the water, but it's kind of just like the Blixa as a transition from the immersed to the submerged. We can plant some bigger plants behind it that will actually grow out of water. And this Helantium is a really easy plant. It doesn't really need much light, so it should grow fine over here. Okay guys, I think we are done planting for today. Like I said, I still want to go to the garden center and look for some grasses for the corn over here. But I think that's going to have to wait until tomorrow. I think for now we can just fill up the water, get the filter going and everything, and then we can just continue tomorrow. Okay, tank is filling up. Well, I actually hadn't really finished with setting up the filtration. I still want to drill a hole in the side of the cabinet so I can have the tubing coming out on the side, and it just looks very neat, So quickly going to drill a hole there, and then we can set up the filter. Okay, tank is almost full. I'm completely out of breath because I've just been busy with the filter and the CO2, which was quite the operation, but I think we're there. I think I'm ready to start priming the filter. Here we go. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Almost. Yeah. Up and running. Now let's see if we can get some surface skimming going. It's a bit too much. Here we go. Onto a clean surface. Okay guys, it's the next day. Quick stop at the local garden center. Something like this, for example, could be nice, you know, in the back corner. Let's see what else they have. This one's pretty cool as well. Already has a few flowers in there. Look at this. Beautiful. They have a few varieties of lilies as well, but I don't think this setup is really suitable for a lily because it's still quite a fast flowing river, you know. So the lilies, nah, no lilies for this one. Okay guys, got a little selection, 5 different types. Try to look for different leaf sizes, I guess. This one's quite cool. And then it's mostly just different grasses, but yeah, I'm excited about this. Okay, back home again. Got our pond plants. Actually bought one more, so we have 6 different types in total now. No idea where I'm gonna fit them all, but we'll make it work. Let's have a look at the tank. So the water is a little bit cloudy. Not sure why. I filled the tank up with RO water yesterday, reverse osmosis, and then I added SEACHEM equilibrium to restore the mineral balance, because reverse osmosis has no minerals whatsoever, and we still want some minerals to be able to, you know, grow plants and everything. So yeah, I've added that. I don't think that's what's caused the cloudiness. I think it's just a little bit of a, like, bacterial bloom or something. I did spend quite a lot of time yesterday setting up the filter and everything, because I wanted to do something with the tubing and the inline diffuser. This is the Noasa Biomaster 250, and they come with the 16-22mm tubing. And I wanted to use the 12-16, so a little bit thinner. Then I can also use a smaller in and outlet. So I had to, you know, first do a little bit of normal tubing, then a reducer, and then the thinner tubing. And here, like, thicker tubing, inline CO2, more thick tubing, then reducer, and then the thinner tubing. Don't know why I'm telling you guys this is not really interesting, but just wanted to show it to you. And then CO2, 2 kilogram cylinder, yeah, shut-off valve over here, and then it's just plugged into a timer. And then for the in and outflow, I'm using the Aquario NEO Flow, so these acrylic tubes. Quite like them. They also have a skimmer on the outflow, so the surface is always nice and clean, you know. Especially in these low, shallow tanks, like having a clean surface is just mandatory in my opinion. Right, now before we can add in those pond plants, we need to clean them first. Because they all come in quite a large pot, and the pot is full of just regular soil, you know. If you were to put that soil in here, we're probably going to get a huge mess. We're definitely going to get algae as well, so we need to remove all of that soil. Probably remove a lot of roots as well. Look at this. Massive root systems on these plants. So yeah, this is a bit of a messy job, but has to be done. Okay, that was quite a task, but I think it's definitely worth it. Now all the roots are completely clean. So I first filled up a bucket with water, and then I kind of just massaged all the dirt and got like 90% of the dirt off. And then I took all the plants downstairs and I washed them completely under the sink to get the rest of the 10% of the dirt off as well. So now all the roots are completely clean. It takes a bit of work, but you just have to do it. You don't want to get any of that dirt in the aquarium, you know. So when I was looking at these pond plants, I just made sure that they're all suitable for like zone 1 and 2, because that's like the most shallow zone, you know. So, and this one grows to like 30 to 40 centimeters, so that should be good in there. Okay,
let's do this. Planting round 2. So this one is actually the largest plant that I picked. Maybe it might be a bit too big for this aquarium, but for now it's gonna look really good, and hopefully I can keep it small with just trimming it, you know. Like, look at this, guys. This looks amazing already. I really like the look of this one as well. Kind of just reminds me of hair grass. Let's see. Maybe a little bit more over here. I think this is it, guys. I don't think I can squeeze more plants in there. But man, does that look good, right? Even managed to get the flower in there as well. I think I'm just going to do a quick water change. See if I can get rid of some of the cloudiness in the water. Okay, water change is done and the water is a lot more clear already, but it's still not 100% yet. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I want to have it 100% clear right now. So I'm going to add a little bit of ADA clear water. So it's been a couple of days since the tank was planted, and I think we're off to a really good start with this one. Like, the first few days are always a little bit tricky, you know, like sometimes plants can immediately start melting and the water can be cloudy or something, but right now the water is crystal clear and I'm already seeing some new growth on some of the plants, so I'm really happy with what I'm seeing at the moment. So I'm currently running the lights on 50 or 60% intensity, and they're on for 8 hours per day from 1 p.m. until 9 p.m. I've also tried to dial in the CO2. It might be a little bit too much at the moment because the drop checker is close to yellow, but that's fine. I mean, once we get inhabitants, I will turn it down a little bit. Speaking of inhabitants, I think I'm gonna take a little bit of time before I will buy some inhabitants for this tank, because it's a completely new setup, you know, like I didn't use an established filter. I didn't use any substrate with beneficial bacteria. So it's a very new, a very sterile setup. I am dosing SEACHEM stability, so these are bottled beneficial bacteria, so this will definitely help to get the tank cycled faster, but I don't want to rush into getting inhabitants, you know. Now, while we're on the topic of SEACHEM products, I'm now an official SEACHEM brand ambassador, and this is the first tank that I've set up since this new partnership with them. So this is the first tank where I'm going to start testing the SEACHEM fertilizers. Now, at the moment, we don't really need fertilizer just yet because, you know, we've used the Aquasoil in the background, and the Aquasoil will provide plenty of nutrients for the first couple of weeks. But I want to start using this product from SEACHEM, which is the Flourish Advance. This is a natural phytohormone, and basically what that's going to do is going to help to get the plants established quicker. You know, like the plants need to adjust to these new conditions, they need to start growing roots again, and this will just help with that. At least that's what I've been told. So this has some nutrients, this has some minerals, and those phytohormones. Give it a little shake, and then it's 1 capful or 5 milliliters for every 80 liters. I would say this tank is pretty much 80 liters. Like, empty it will be 100, but we know with all the hardscape and the substrate, I think we're probably around 80. Almost forgot about this little gadget. I've added a mist maker in the background. I still had this one lying around. I thought, why not just install it on the shallow. I don't think I'll be using it a lot, but it's just a cool little gadget to sometimes turn on, you know. It does give a really cool effect. So it is currently the 28th of April, and that means that the big shallow has now been up and running for 18 days. And I think it's ready for fish. But first, I need to take care of some algae issues.
Right, so this is the current state of the tank. As you can see, we have quite a bit of green algae on the sand. There's some green algae on the rocks as well. And there's also a little bit of green algae on the glass. So it looks pretty bad, but to be honest with you guys, this is completely normal. This is just what I call startup algae. So the tank is now just over 2 weeks old and it's still trying to balance itself out. You know, we've used a lot of Aquasoil in the background. The Aquasoil is releasing nutrients. And of course, you know, an excess of nutrients is just going to cause algae. I did kind of let it go a little bit. I was away for a few days. I could have done a maintenance session before I went away, but I kind of also just wanted to leave it like this so I could show you guys like, hey, this is normal and this is what you can expect when you're setting up a new tank. I could have done a maintenance session before I picked up the camera and made sure that everything was looking spotless before I started filming, but I wanted to keep things real with you and show you guys that, yeah, this is just what you can expect. So if you look at the front glass panel, you can see kind of like a green dust algae layer, but this stuff is like super soft and you can just basically just wipe it away with your fingers, you know? It comes off really easily. And then on the sand, we kind of have like a, green hair algae. Super soft. You just pick it up with my fingers. So I'm probably just gonna siphon out most of this. I'll probably siphon out a little bit of sand as well. That's totally fine. We can just add a fresh layer. So yeah, just startup algae. This is completely normal. Of course, maybe this is a little bit extreme and I probably could have avoided most of it if I would have done a few more water changes and maybe reduce the light intensity a little bit. But yeah, I mean, this is real life, you know, sometimes life gets in the way, you can't do all your water changes and this is the result. Is it bad? No. I'm just gonna clean it now and then within a few minutes, this will be all looking sparkling clean again. Okay, so first thing first, I'm just gonna clean the glass with an algae scraper. I've also just added a brand new blade on it, you guys can see it, probably not. Yeah, fresh blade, so this should come off really easily. I could also kind of just wave the algae scraper over the sand. That will also like loosen up some of the hair algae. And then I will just get into the water column and get picked up by the filter. I like to keep the filter running while I'm doing these maintenance sessions, you know, so any sort of waste organics is just gonna get picked up by the filter. Some of the rocks turn a little bit green as well, so I'm just gonna take a toothbrush, kind of remove most of it. I don't mind a little bit of green algae on these rocks. Just makes it look more natural, but yeah, at the moment, just remove most of it. We're also gonna get an algae cleanup crew today, so they'll also take care of it. See, it took 2 seconds and it already looks pretty clean. Okay, the glass is clean and the rocks are clean, but of course now the water is very cloudy, very dirty, so I'm going to do a big water change. And while I'm siphoning out the water, I'm also going to siphon out just most of the hair algae from the substrate. I still have some sand left over, so if we siphon out some sand, it's no big deal. We can just add a fresh layer. So that's what, like a 40%, 30%, 40% water change. And I've siphoned out 3 of those containers, and this is 10 liters. So I've basically siphoned out 30 liters of water, and that's how much the water level has dropped. So the total water volume in the big shallow is actually not that much, you know. So I'm now going to fill the tank back up with reverse osmosis water. Should take maybe 20-30 minutes. And while the tank is filling up, we can also add in the fresh layer of sand. I washed it a little bit because sometimes these Rio sands can be a little bit dirty, but actually this one wasn't too bad. Okay, tank is filled up again. Took about 25 minutes. Yeah, it's looking pretty clean again. Still a little bit cloudy and yeah, still some algae left, but that's totally fine. Let's take a close look at some of the plants so I can show you how they've grown in the past 2.5 weeks. And after that we can go to the shop and buy some fish. So I think the most noticeable growth is on the Hemianthus cuba. So all these portions that I've planted over here, especially over here, you can see all the new growth. The few portions that I've planted in between the rocks, we had a little bit of melt there, but not completely, so hopefully they'll bounce back. Also the moss on the wood has grown quite a bit already. The wood does have a bit of a, yeah, some sort of a fluff going on. Here you can really see that fluff on the wood. Kind of looks like blackberry algae, but it's definitely not blackberry algae. Just some kind of slime or fungus. Then the dwarf hairgrass is also slowly starting to spread out, even though it's just planted in the sand. So that's a good sign. Then if we look from above, you can see that the Blixia japonica over here has grown quite a bit already. The Pogestemon erectus or decadensis has grown quite a bit. The immersed moss over here is doing good. You can already see some new growth on the rocks, and apparently it's not drying out, so that's good. We do have a few pieces of brown moss over here, but most of it is actually looking pretty good, so I'm happy. And yeah, all the pond plants are doing good as well. It's a bit hard to see if they've grown a lot, but I mean, it hasn't been that long, so. Actually on this plant over here, I think you guys can see it. Like over here we have a new sprout, sort of. That's looking good. I've also added a tiny portion of the Hemian scuba on top of the wood that's sticking out of the water, and it seems to be growing there, so that's good. Right, enough talk, let's go to the shop and hopefully we can find some nice inhabitants for the new big shallow. So I'm in my local fish shop Hames. I was thinking of visiting some other shops because I'm here pretty much all the time. But I mean, they have a great selection of fish here, so why not? These guys over here are absolutely beautiful. The rainbow shiners. Look at this one. I would love to have these, but they're a bit too big, and I think they're also jumpers as well, so not very suitable for a shallow tank. These rice fish could be a nice option. Here on top they have a different kind of rice fish that I haven't had before. They look quite nice. I kind of got my eyes on these two tanks over here. On the right we have the white cloud mountain minnows, and on the left we have the glow light danios. Both tanks are a little bit dark, so yeah, I mean the fish do not look super colorful, but I think, you know, in the shallow with the Chihiros light, both of them should look really good. I don't think I want both of them. I think we need to make a decision between either the glow light danios or the white cloud mountain minnows, but yeah, tough decision. In the same tank they also have these loaches, which are really cool, but they're pricey, man, like 15 euros a piece. The glow light danios are 3.75, and the white cloud mountain minnows are 2 euros a piece. So yeah, decisions. We also have the white or the albino mountain minnows. Over here they have the same loaches. They're a little bit smaller, so these are 13 euros. It would be nice to have some cories as well, but then the danios are all from Asia, cories are from South America. I don't know if I want to keep it to, if I want to limit myself to one continent, you know, that's what I usually do. But yeah, I don't know, I mean, I want to have other cinclus as well, and other cinclus are also from South America, so. I was also looking at these guys, the Stiphodons or the gobies. Really beautiful, but I think they're not very suitable for open top tanks either. They're very skilled climbers, so they would definitely jump out or climb out of the tank. They have some other interesting gobies here. These are called rhino horn gobies. I've never seen these before. Also, while I'm here, I can do a quick update on the gallery. So last week's video was about these 4 nano tanks that I escaped in one day. 2 on the left are with CO2, and the 2 on the right are without. This one is looking particularly good. And actually these 4 tanks are all for sale. We now have the for sale signs on it. So this one is 395, 375, 295 and 275. I think that's that's the full price for everything, I think, except for the CO2 for the high-tech tanks. Then the 2-meter tank is doing really good, but we just replanted the Glossostigma carpet because they came loose. So that needs a little bit more time to grow back again. But I mean, the background and everything is looking really good. Then I think all the other tanks just had a trimming session, so they don't look the best at the moment. Yeah, the 4-foot angelfish tank is doing good. Actually, I haven't posted the video from this one, but it's coming soon, don't worry. And then we have the Irugumi, which is just ticking along just fine. Super easy maintenance, this one. Okay, so for sure these glow light danios. The guys are totally fine with me catching all these fish myself, so that's pretty cool. Let's see if I can do a good job, because these guys are really fast. Okay, so that's 3. How many should we go for? Like 15, something like that? That's 4, so we have 7. See, one guy is really beautiful. I definitely want to get him. Got him. Okay, so that's 14. Let's see if we can get one more. Make it a nice number, 15. Or 16, also fine. Here we go. 16 low light Danios. Let's see, what else should we get? I was also looking at these guys, the peacock gudgeons, or in Dutch, pauwooggrondel. Actually never had these before, but I think these are quite cool. Again, they're not super colorful right now, but you know, in a planted tank, they should color up beautifully. Okay guys, I think I have everything. 16 glow light Danios, 4 of those peacock gudgeons, and 8 Algexit for the cleanup crew. Okay, we're back home. Fish are currently temperature acclimating, and even in the bag you can see that the glow light Danios are going to look absolutely stunning. There's some really insane colors on them already. So the bags have been floating for a little while, so I'm just going to cut them open. And I'm just going to use a clamp to attach the bag to the glass so it doesn't, you know, accidentally float away or tip over. And I'm just going to slowly start adding some tank water to these bags. I mean, there's all kinds of methods to this acclimation process, but this is how I always do it and always works well. I do always make sure that I turn off the CO2 when I'm acclimating new fish, because in general fish can actually tolerate quite high levels of CO2, but they need to be slowly adjusted to it, you know. And you know, of course in the store they don't have CO2, so to dump them in this tank immediately with CO2, they're not gonna like that. So just slowly, just turn it off, and then once they're in the tank, like an hour later, you can just turn it back on again. Okay guys, I think we're ready. I've placed the camera over there, and then I'm gonna release each bag into that direction, so hopefully you guys will have a nice view of the release, sort of. So let's start with the Algexit. I mean, we've all seen Algexit, but I love these guys, you know, they're just such great algae eaters. I literally have them in all my aquariums. Here we go. 8 of them. Love these guys, especially when they're just all hanging out as a group. It just looks super cool. Okay guys, moving on to the peacock gudgeons. So we have 4 of them. And I think, oh, one has already escaped. So I netted out 2 relatively large ones, and 2 of them are a little bit smaller. I have no idea how to sex them, but it would be nice if we could have at least one pair, you know. We'll give them some time to color up. But I'm very curious about these fish. If somebody has ever kept these before, then let me know your experience in the comments below. Okay, then let's release the glow light Danios. I'm very excited about these guys. Here we go. Oh, that is looking really good. Amazing colors on them already, so I'm very curious to see how these guys are going to look in a couple of minutes, an hour, tomorrow. And this is actually the best moment, you know, when they've just been released. They're a little bit scared and they all staying together as a group. It's probably not going to last very long, but it's so cool to see. Okay, I'm going to let everybody get adjusted. I'm going to go grab some dinner, and then I will do an update later today or tomorrow. Okay, fast forward 2 days later. For the most part, things are going well, but the fish are a little bit shy. I didn't really expect that. I mean, all the singlets are fine. They don't really care, you know, they just sit on the glass, they do their own thing. But the Dennerle are very shy, and the peacock gudgeons I've actually barely seen at all. But the Dennerle, I mean, they're out and about if I'm sitting still, but as soon as I move around, you know, they kind of start to hide, and they don't really seem super comfortable. I wasn't expecting that. I thought the Dennerle would be a little bit more daring, a little bit more out there. So I guess that means that we actually need to buy more fish. Something else that will help make the Dennerle feel more comfortable. So that's something that I need to think about. And I've also noticed that there's quite a bit of fish poop collecting in the sand. So I either need to improve the flow, or I was also thinking we could add in some corridoras, for example, because corys like to, you know, stick their face into the sand, and then hopefully that will kind of clean it a little bit. So yeah, maybe we need to buy another schooling fish, and we need to buy some corys. That's something for the future. For now, I'm just gonna enjoy it as this, and then in a few weeks we'll add in some more fish. So here we are almost 3 months later, and I love how the tank has developed. I think it looks really good. It can still look better. I want to make a few changes in this video, but we can talk about it later. Let's first talk about what has happened in the past 3 months. For the most part, it's been pretty smooth. We've had a few issues though. First up, we had some issues with the fish. So the peacock gudgeons and the Dennerle probably were not the best choice for a open top shallow tank. We've had a few jumpers. I think we lost all the peacock gudgeons, and we've lost a few of the Dennerle as well. I think it was mostly in the beginning. I mean, for the past few weeks, I haven't had any jumpers anymore. So I think the fish are all settled in now. They feel more comfortable. In the beginning, they were quite stressed. Also, if I would come close to the tank, they would be constantly hiding, but they feel a lot more relaxed now. So it kind of sucks about the jumpers. I just have to learn from my mistakes and make sure that I don't buy these fish again in the future for a shallow tank. As you can see, we've also added in some new fish. So we added the white cloud mountain minnows, and I've also added some panda loaches. Both of them really amazing fish, really loving them. Initially I wanted to just keep one species, either the white cloud mountain minnows or the Dennerle, but I actually think that the mix is very cool. So I'm really happy with that. The panda loaches are also really cool, just really cute fish. Really good algae eaters as well. They've definitely been keeping the rocks nice and clean. They were also trying to escape in the very beginning. Luckily, every time they jumped out, I was in the studio and I managed to pick them back up and put them back. And they've also stopped climbing out the tank now. So yeah, we definitely had some issues with the fish, but it's all good now. Another issue that I had was algae. I had quite a bit of blue-green algae in this tank, which usually doesn't happen to me. But it wasn't really bad. I constantly had these patches of blue-green algae, a little bit onto the sand, a little bit in between the plants as well. And it was quite difficult to get rid of it. Normally, if I have blue-green algae in the tank, I would just do a blackout. So basically cover the entire tank, leave it pitch black for 3 to 4 days. And usually after that, it's gone, because blue-green algae needs light in order to survive. But of course, for obvious reason, I can't really do a blackout in a tank with all these plants growing out, because they would probably not be very happy. So I couldn't do a blackout. I tried some different treatments. I used a product from Awasa against blue-green algae, didn't work. And yesterday I did a treatment with the Ultra Life blue-green slime stain remover. So this is quite hard to get in Europe, but I managed to find it at Green Aqua. It was a tip from a friend of mine. So I did the treatment yesterday, and most of it is gone. I still see a little bit over here. So I might just repeat the treatment one more time, and hopefully it's gone. So if you do have blue-green algae, try this stuff. Besides the blue-green algae, I have a little bit of BBA on some of the rocks, but it's nothing bad. It just looks quite natural actually, so I'm not bothered by it. So that was the fish, the algae. Next thing I want to talk about is the plant growth. So in the submerged part, plant growth has been pretty good. Actually nothing to complain about the underwater plant growth. Everything just looks good. But I've had some issues with the submerged growth, so the pond plants and everything. It just didn't really grow well. Some of it just completely died off. I've recently already added some new plants. Yeah, that's where I want to make some changes. I'm really happy with the submerged part of the layout, but above water is still a bit, it just could look better, you know? So that's what we're going to be doing right now. So you might be able to spot a little bit of blue-green algae in the sand over there. So definitely one more treatment to fully get rid of it. Yeah, like I said, the submerged part looks pretty good. I do think the Hemianthus cuba, so this plant that's kind of, you know, on the rocks everywhere, could look a little bit more vibrant green. And I think once I have the blue-green algae completely under control, I will increase the light intensity a bit more. Currently running the Chihiros light on 70%, so we can still go a little bit higher. I'm sure people are going to start commenting about the cabinet doors. Kind of bothers me as well, but I can't really close them properly anymore because there's a foam mat underneath the tank, and the foam mat is kind of preventing me from, you know, closing the doors completely. I probably should have moved the tank a little bit further back because I still have a few millimeters over here. So if I move the tank a little bit further back, then this should go directly, you know, in line with the black part and not on top of the this part. Then I should be able to close the door properly, but yeah, just a minor issue. Also, I'm not sure if I mentioned it in the build video, but I did not reinforce the IKEA cabinet. It's just standard basically. There is a fifth leg on the bottom, right there. That's basically the only extra support that I added, but that's just a standard thing from IKEA. It's nothing different. So then the immersed part, I mean, it doesn't look bad. I just think it could look a lot better, you know. I do really like the wood that's covered with moss and the Hemianthus cuba, this side and on this side as well. Looks really good. I hope it just continues growing onto the wood like it does right now. But then this moss over here, you know, it's kind of like half green, half brown. Doesn't look the best. I've already added some new plants. So this one over here is new. This one over here is new. This is Hygrophila siamensis, I think. And this is the Brazilian something. I don't know the name anymore. Yeah, this grass, for example, never really took off. It's just kind of brown and doesn't look great. Also, this one is not looking the best. I've already removed some of the brown leaves. Same on this side. This grass over here is still doing okay, but also not growing very fast, you know, and I think it should be a very fast growing plant. So I'm not really sure why those immersed plants are not doing that well. I mean, there's enough light, there should be enough nutrients as well because I'm dosing quite a lot of liquid fertilizer. At the moment I'm using SEACHEM Flourish. Also, I don't see any nutrient deficiencies in the submerged growth. All those plants are doing amazing, so yeah, I don't think it's a nutrient issues. But just in case, to rule out the nutrient issue, I'm going to add in some root taps. I just got these Flourish taps from SEACHEM. Never used them before, so I want to try them out. So I'm going to put some root taps in the background. So these root taps contain nitrogen, potassium, calcium, magnesium, sulfur, iron and manganese. So here's how they look. It's just dark gray, almost black. And I actually saw how these root taps were made when I went to visit SEACHEM in February. Really cool process. I've overlaid some clips and they kind of have an interesting smell, and the smell kind of takes me back to the factory. Okay, here we go. Probably can't really see what I'm doing, but I should feel some resistance when they're going into the substrate. Now, what I like about these root taps is that they're definitely not going to float. You know, a lot of root taps are capsules, and these capsules, they're so difficult to get into the substrate because there's always a little bit of air in them. So no matter how deep you push them into the substrate, they always tend to float back up to the surface, which is super annoying. Okay, root taps are in. Next up, I want to add some more plants to the submerged section. But this time, instead of going for pond plants, I just bought a few house plants. I think they're house plants. Yeah, let's just call them house plants. I actually wasn't really planning on doing this, but yesterday I had to go to the garden center. Couldn't help myself. These are really cheap, so I thought, let me just buy some of them, give it a try, see if it works. Because we have 3 different plants or ferns. We got this one, really nice. This one, also really nice. And this one is probably my favorite. It kind of looks like, it reminds me of Bulbitis, you know, it just looks really good. So I want to remove most of the soil. So I'm just going to take them out of the pot,
And then just try to remove as much of this soil as possible, because we don't want this in the water column, of course. It's probably just gonna create a mess and probably create algae as well. Okay, let's try this. I got the fern split up into 2 portions. So this is 1 portion. I've cleaned up basically all this soil, also washed it under the sink. And I have some filter wool, so I'm gonna wrap the roots in the filter wool, kind of create like a little parcel. And then I have these really small elastic bands, kind of hold everything together. That works. Here we go, just like a little pouch. And then I'm just gonna try to place it in a spot where it's gonna stay moist, you know, like not soaking wet, but yeah, just a little bit moist. So I don't know, just wedge it in there. I mean, that looks pretty good already. And maybe this one can go over here. Then for this moss, I'm just gonna remove it because it's a bit of an eyesore. I don't like how it looks. I'm just gonna try replacing it with normal Java moss, see if that works better. That is looking much better already, especially now with the mist maker on as well. It's a cool little feature. Of course, it looks a bit freshly planted at the moment, but hopefully all these plants will do well. They will start growing and it will look a bit more natural in a couple of weeks.